Chapter 10-12. The astral soul's continent was in a rainy season. However, when the Umno Alliance's continent fell into a torrential downpour, the astral soul's continent stopped all of a sudden. Then, the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed, and the sky became clear again. The astral soul's continent was in a rainy season. However, when the Umno Alliance's continent fell into a torrential downpour, the astral soul's continent stopped all of a sudden. Then, the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed, and the sky became clear again. The sun was shining at an unprecedented intensity. The change was very obvious. It was so obvious that the heavenly kings of the Tao League who were supervising the battle at the front line could clearly feel the resentment of the heavens. It seemed to be complaining about something. So disappointing, so disappointing. Look at him, and then look at you guys. It was the kind of sour feeling that other people's children had not disappointed them. Although it wasn't expressed in words, it was already on the surface. They really didn't understand what was going on. Why did the heavens and earth move, and the universe lose its color? On the other side, far away, Yu Xingqian stood up in front of the secret chamber. He felt the vibration in his godly soul and sighed. He broke through again. He truly stepped onto the path of Tao that no one has ever stepped onto for so many years. Looking at his own hands, Yu Xingqian's heart became more and more gloomy. That path of Tao was something that he probably wouldn't be able to step onto for the rest of his life. Ever since his wife died in the battle, and the explosion that shocked the entire Sun-Moon Fortress reached his ears, his life was no longer complete. He didn't have the chance to be complete anymore. Old Zhua. From now on, it's all up to you. Yu Xingqian, the star-plucking monarch, looked expectantly at the secluded cultivation room. Ever since his wife died, Yu Xingqian didn't want to live anymore. His life was no longer complete. The birds that used to fly together were now alone. No matter how long his life was, what was the point? Back then, the woman whose life was intertwined with his was no longer there. Even if I have earth-shattering achievements, what's the use? Who am I going to show off to? Who would be glorified by this? Just to kill people? Just for the reverence of others? No. My achievements have always been for the sake of the person I love. I roam the pugilistic world, I battle the heavens and the earth, I advance bravely, my name shakes the entire continent. I went through fire and water, I fought hundreds of battles, I broke through to the heavenly king stage, I became an imperial emperor. I only did it for the pride in your eyes. You're proud. This is your man. Now, the arrogance in his eyes was gone. It no longer existed. Then even if I become a saint, I won't have a pair of white hands holding a cup of fragrant tea and whispering to me in a soft voice, "You're amazing. You've worked hard." There was nothing left. All of his efforts were meaningless. I still exist now for the sake of the future of the astral souls, but for myself, I no longer want a future, and I no longer look forward to it. After the battle, he was no longer in a hurry to go home. After the battle of life and death, when I was covered in wounds, no one would bandage my wounds with heartache. I no longer have a person who can let me release my weakness in front of her. My exhaustion. In the vast world, I'm the only one left. I'm only waiting, when one day. When you meet an enemy you can't fight against, when you can't fight against them, you will turn your own life into fireworks, just like you did back then. Yu Xingqian smiled bitterly. He felt the shocking aura of his old enemy in the distance. He felt the intense shock in his soul, but his heart was still calm, without joy or sorrow. He took out a bottle of wine from his ring, opened the bottle cap, and drank 2 mouthfuls. The wine flowed down the corner of his mouth, and a nostalgic smile appeared on his face. Wait for me, wait for me. Old Zhua, good luck. In the secret chamber. The endless smoke, the countless merging. Originally, there were still countless figures moving about, but for some reason, the process suddenly sped up. Almost all of them had disappeared, and now it was finally coming to an end. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding didn't choose to keep their appearances before they transformed. Instead, They kept their appearances when they transformed into the mortal world. This was necessary because the two of them were worried that their son and daughter would feel unfamiliar after seeing them. Therefore, they abandoned their past appearances. No matter how beautiful they were, no matter how peerless they were, they couldn't compare to the familiar image of their parents in their children's eyes. The two of them sat peacefully, not stagnant in the world. Around them, there were still wisps of fog circling, spiraling, and merging into their bodies. That was the aura of their souls, making the final integration. At this most critical moment, the two of them both felt the vibration of the heavenly Tao's soul. The two of them instinctively opened their eyes, feeling the aftershocks of the great Tao. The flood has broken through. Zhuo Changlu took a light breath. He has embarked on the final path. The flood which is worthy of being a hero of a generation. In this life, he should be invincible in this world. Wu Yuding also sighed and said with some admiration, after embarking on the path of the great Tao, he is actually willing to share this kind of fluctuation of the heavenly Tao with his opponent. Just this magnanimity alone makes me ashamed of my inferiority. Indeed. The flood witch is a rare opponent, a rare enemy. Zhuo Changlu said matter-of-factly, but don't forget, he has another identity. He is our relative. He should do this. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. Hurry up, let's finish the last bit of integration and get out quickly. Our son and daughter must be waiting anxiously. The agreed time should be almost over. Zhuo Changlu wanted to say, it's already over. But after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. He nodded and said, okay, after the integration, I will also give the flood a shock. It's only right to reciprocate. You are still half a step away. Wu Yuding ruthlessly exposed her husband's pretentiousness. Originally, you were neck and neck, but the flood took another step and is still ahead of you. But just now, for some reason, endless power of providence suddenly surged in. It's enough to make up for it. Zhuo Changlu was complacent. Besides, originally, there was a lot of difference. Now that I am only half a step away, it's also an achievement. Well, half a step ahead of me, one step ahead of you. Wu Yuding closed her eyes. Just you wait. Wait. I will wait. I have a son, a daughter, a son-in-law, and a daughter-in-law. Am I afraid of you? Zhuo Changlu snorted and closed his eyes. But in the end, he still felt a little guilty. He secretly opened a crack and took a few more glances before closing his eyes and peacefully going into seclusion. Thinking of his son and daughter, Zhuo Changlu subconsciously revealed a warm smile at the corner of his mouth. It had been a long time since he beat that kid. He didn't know if he wanted to beat him up even more now. Nian Nian is probably crying when she misses us now. Her eyes are red. That girl just loves to cry. No matter how high her cultivation is, it's useless. She will probably be like this for the rest of her life. Sigh, I should hurry up and finish my seclusion and send a message to the two of them. We are just sitting here and can't move. We are also anxious. At about the same time, Li Chenglong was also frantically looking for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Originally, it was still the holidays, and Zhuo Xiaoduo's disappearance should have been confirmed a few days or even more later. But unfortunately, something happened. As expected, something happened on Xiang Chang's side. Well, to be more precise, something happened to Zhang Xuejuan's Zhan family. After the Chinese New Year, as the new son-in-law who was already engaged, Xiang Chong naturally had to make a trip to Zhang Xuejuan's house. Li Chenglong had always kept Zhuo Xiaoduo's words in mind. He knew that Zhang Xuejuan could be in trouble at any time, so he shamelessly brought Xiang Bing and followed his brother-in-law to his in-law's house. After going to the Zhan family, they were naturally treated well. After staying like this for a few days, they returned to Qianlong together. Nothing happened, so Li Chenglong heaved a sigh of relief. On the way back, Li Chenglong received a call from Yi Changqing, asking him to immediately go and check on Meng Zhangjun and the others who had gone out to train. There was no news from them until now, and they didn't even return home for the Chinese New Year. When Li Chenglong saw that they were about to arrive at Fenghai City, he finally put his heart that had been hanging in the air for a few days back into his stomach. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xuejuan and Xiang Chong, he brought Xiang Bing and went to the training ground where Meng Zhangjun and the others were at. However, not long after Li Chenglong left, Zhang Xuejuan received a call from home, saying that there was great news and asking her to return quickly. The meaning was that there was great news about the bloodline of the Zhan family. Zhang Xuejuan naturally didn't say anything and immediately returned. Xiang Chong naturally followed his sweetheart. The so-called great news was related to a celestial fate. Back then, the ancestors of the Zhan family had formed a connection and received a stick of incense left behind by a celestial. It had been enshrined in the Zhan family's ancestral hall since then. The celestial who gave the incense had said that if the incense burned spontaneously, it would be an opportunity. At this time, all the descendants of the Zhan family had to join in the incense and pray. Then, they would use the power of their bloodline to inject a jade pendant that was left behind together. At this moment, whoever the jade pendant lit up in their hands would be bound by the celestial fate. At that time, a great opportunity would naturally befall them. Not long after Li Chenglong and the others left, a strange fragrance that had been silent in the Zhan family for a long time suddenly rose. It was really strange and the fragrance spread far and wide. At first, everyone was surprised by the sudden appearance of the strange fragrance and didn't think about the incense in the ancestral hall. After all, this matter had happened too long ago. In fact, most of the Zhan family members didn't even know about this past. When they found the source of the strange fragrance, the elders of the Zhan family who knew about it became excited. Then, they naturally gathered all the descendants of the Zhan family who were not at home and hurried back home. This involved an extraordinary celestial fate. How small could it be? Zhang Xuejuan, who had just left, naturally received this news. As the number one genius in the family, she was naturally summoned back immediately. Chapter 1013. Don't worry. Zhang Xuejuan smiled. Look at me. What kind of immortal would fancy me? Xiang Chong only felt that the crisis in his heart was getting heavier and heavier. Looking at Zhang Xuejuan in front of him, he felt as if he was in a dream, or in a misty cloud. That kind of misty, illusory, and unreal. It seemed that at any time, she would be blown away by the wind and turn into a cloud. But this woman was clearly his fiancée. The person he loved deeply. Xiang Chong forced a smile and said, but Zhuo said that you don't have to do anything except practice. There may be many opportunities, but they may not be opportunities. Don't worry, don't worry. How could such a big raindrop fall on my head? Zhang Xuejuan smiled. She kissed Xiang Chong lightly on his face and comforted him. When this is over, we will immediately return to Fenghai. It won't take long, at most half an hour. I'll be back in no time. She said as if she was comforting a child, don't worry. Be obedient and wait for me here. At this point, what else could Xiang Chong do? He could only agree. Okay, then you must be careful. If you find anything wrong, come back quickly. Okay. Zhang Xuejuan felt Xiang Chong's concern for her. She couldn't help but smile gently. She only felt that her heart was infinitely warm and comfortable. She turned around and strode away. His unusually tall and fit body was still as masculine and valiant as ever, full of vigor and vigor. Xiang Chong only felt that his heart was beating like a drum. Seeing Zhang Xuejuan leave, he finally couldn't help but follow her. You go back. Zhang Xuejuan turned around. No. Xiang Chong shook his head. Go back. Be obedient. Zhang Xuejuan's face was a little red. You do your thing. I won't disturb you. I'll just watch from the side. Xiang Chong was very determined. Zhang Xuejuan bit her lips. Her eyes were filled with shyness, tenderness, and gentleness. Suddenly, he had a feeling that he wanted nothing more. As a woman, with such a husband, what more could she ask for? This life was enough. When we return to Fenghai, let's pick a date to get married, Zhang Xuejuan said, biting her lips. Ah! Xiang Chong was overjoyed. Are you serious? Idiot! Zhang Xuejuan rolled his eyes and turned away. Is what you said true? Xiang Chong shouted from behind, his face full of joy. Zhang Xuejuan did not answer. You can't go back on your word. Xiang Chong's face was full of smiles as he walked. A gentleman keeps his word. Xiang Chong shouted. We'll get married when we get back. You said it. Shut up. Lower your voice. Zhang Xuejuan's face was red. He was unhappy. Many of the Zhang family members heard and could not help but roar with laughter. Oh, oh, oh. Everyone cheered. Zhang Xuejuan's face was red. She lowered her head and rushed forward. Xiang Chong grinned and smiled happily. He followed behind and looked into the ancestral hall. He felt that today had suddenly become so beautiful. The surrounding Zhang family members also looked at him kindly. Occasionally, two people would come over to tease him, and Xiang Chong would reply with a chuckle. Everyone seemed to be very happy. In the ancestral hall, the descendants of the Zhang family kept coming forward to test it. Drop after drop of Zhang family blood essence dripped on the jade pendant. However, the jade pendant did not have any reaction. A group of men tried one by one, but no one had any reaction. The Zhang family went from their initial ecstasy to extreme disappointment. Could it be that this immortal fate was not fated with the Zhang family? Women. Even if they could, they would still belong to another family. And this was also the reason why Zhang Xuejuan, the number one genius of the Zhang family, was placed at the back. Because the men had to be tested first. Zhang Xuejuan also understood this point. After all, she was going to get married. Once she got married, she would belong to another family. With her talent and the resources that the family had invested in her all these years, that it was already very generous of them to not let her stay at home. All the men had failed. The Zhang family members were extremely disappointed. But things had already reached this stage. How could they stop? Hence, they arranged for the Zhang family women to continue testing. However, no one could make the jade pendant change. Until Zhang Xuejuan cut her middle finger and dripped her blood on the jade pendant. At this moment, the jade pendant suddenly emitted a bright red light. The red light was very gentle. Even Zhang Xuejuan herself was stunned for a moment. It's done. There's a reaction. Everyone in the Zhang family was stunned. Then, they cheered in unison. It would be best if there was a man with immortal fate. But as long as there was someone in the Zhang family who could trigger immortal fate, it was still a great opportunity. It's Xuejuan. Xuejuan has immortal fate. That's great. That's great. Ha ha ha, it's finally done. It's immortal fate indeed. God bless the Zhang family. The inside was in an uproar. Everyone in the Zhang family was dancing with joy. Xiang Chong was standing at the outermost entrance. He was an impatient person to begin with, so when he heard this, he couldn't help but squeeze in, wanting to take a look. Only Zhang Xuejuan, who was directly involved, faintly felt that something was wrong, because she found that in the red light that suddenly appeared, the jade pendant seemed to have a touch of faint black qi, rising along with the red light. It was just that it was covered by the red light. Those who were not close would not be able to see it. This black aura vaguely made one's heart palpitate. And Zhang Xuejuan, who was closest to him, faintly felt that this was very wrong. If it was really immortal fate, why would there be such an uncomfortable black aura? Just when Zhang Xuejuan vaguely felt that something was wrong and wanted to do something, she was stunned to find that the jade pendant had already stuck to her hand. The light seemed to be getting brighter and brighter, but the blood in her body was also continuously flowing into the jade pendant. It was endless, as if there was no end to it. The red light became brighter and brighter. It dyed half the sky red. The cheers grew louder and louder. As the red light became brighter, the black aura also increased. Gradually, it formed a vague door. Inexplicable music seemed to come from the heavens, making people feel relaxed and happy when they heard it. This is immortal music. This is immortal music. The Zhan family members were all trembling with excitement. Xiang Cheng squeezed in desperately. Let me see, let me see. He had already seen Zhan Xuejuan in the red light. She was like a fairy. For some reason, Xiang Cheng felt that she was very far away. It was as if Zhan Xuejuan was standing in this red light and was separated from him by two different worlds. It was unreachable. He squeezed forward with all his might. He widened his eyes and shouted with a trembling voice, Xuejuan. Xuejuan. You, how are you? Zhan Xuejuan was stunned. Her eyes were a little confused. The cheers of the people around her seemed to come from the heavens. Her consciousness was gradually blurring. It was as if she had forgotten everything. Her body was also a little light. It was as if she was about to fly off the ground and ascend. However, when Xiang Cheng's voice sounded, Zhan Xuejuan's heart suddenly became clear. Xiang Cheng, yes, it's Xiang Cheng. It's the voice of my lover. It's him. I want to marry him. I want to spend my life with him. Become an immortal. I don't want to. I want to get married. I want to stay. Zhan Xuejuan struggled with all her might. Suddenly, she finally regained a trace of clarity. In the red light in front of her, the black gas was becoming more and more obvious. The door was already very clear and open. Others still couldn't detect it, but when Zhan Xuejuan suddenly regained a trace of clarity, she had already seen a ferocious demonic aura, something that looked like a monster, as if it was going to come out from here. It looked excited and its eyes were shining. It was about to rush out. Zhan Xuejuan was horrified. She only felt that all the hair on her body suddenly stood up. She felt that something was wrong. She came to a conclusion: this was definitely not an immortal fate. Then, she suddenly remembered what Xiang Cheng said. The god Sui Shaoduo once said that she had a great disaster. This was not an immortal fate. Zhan Xuejuan bit her lips and instantly made a decision. This was an immortal fate. Evil and unorthodox ways. How can I let you have your way? At the last moment when the door was about to form, Zhan Xuejuan activated all the remaining strength in her body. With a clang, she pulled out her sword and shouted. Without hesitation, she cut off her left hand. Using the most extreme method, she resolutely stopped the process of blood pouring into the jade pendant. With a fierce kick, she sent the broken hand and the jade pendant flying. The heavenly music stopped abruptly. The demon that was about to rush out suddenly froze in the door, as if it was solidified. At this moment, a furious roar came from the door. How dare you, lowly servant! Xiang Cheng had just squeezed in when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. With his eyes wide open, he shouted, Xuejuan. Zhan Xuejuan felt that the black gas was like silk threads that had completely tied her up. She couldn't retreat. With all the strength in her body, she shouted, don't come over. The long sword in her hand was thrown out like lightning. With a bang, the sword hilt hit Xiang Cheng's chest and sent him flying. Zhan Xuejuan shouted, back off. You back off. Everyone back off. Don't come over. Boom. That red light suddenly spread out and threw everyone away. Then, the black light lingered and spread, and the door was rapidly closing. Zhan Xuejuan panted and looked forward to it. It looked like It was about to close. But at the last moment when the door was about to close, the black smoke turned into a big hand. It reached out from the door and grabbed Zhang Xuejuan. Lowly servant, you spoiled my plans. With a whoosh, Zhang Xuejuan's blood-stained body was caught by the big black hand. You are indeed a heroine that only appears once in tens of thousands of years. Just when I was about to succeed, you still spoiled my plans. A ferocious voice gradually disappeared as the door closed. Cutting off the hand and feeling the pulse. You are really bold. Let me see how hard your bones are. With another whoosh, the red light, the black gas, the door, and the source of all the trouble, the jade pendant, all disappeared. It disappeared together with Zhang Xuejuan. A roar came from an unknown space. It was Zhang Xuejuan's heartbreaking roar, don't wait for me. Don't look for me. The voice stopped abruptly. Chapter 10:14. The door was suddenly closed. The red light and the black gas suddenly disappeared. Zhang Xuejuan's scream seemed to still reverberate in the air. Only Zhang Xuejuan's severed left hand was left on the ground. The Zhan family members who were cheering until their voices were hoarse were all dumbfounded. What? What was going on? Why did it suddenly? Xuejuan. Xiang Cheng let out a hoarse roar, rushing forward with all his might. But the door was completely closed. Xiang Cheng missed his target and crashed into the offering table in the ancestral hall, breaking it into pieces. Xuejuan. Where are you? Where did you go? Xiang Cheng almost went crazy. Where did she go? Xiang Cheng frantically tried every method he could think of, but he was still unable to find any information about Zhang Xuejuan. The only thing he had left was the incense burning in the ancestral hall of the Zhan family. However, after the jade pendant disappeared, the incense had turned into an incomparably foul smell. The Zhan family members were dumbfounded. Wasn't this an immortal fate? Why? Did it suddenly become a disaster? Where was Zhang Xuejuan? Where was the immortal? That music. Where did the red light go? What exactly happened? No one could explain. Xiang Cheng did not cry, nor did he go into a daze. He just went crazy, but he forced himself to calm down. He used the knife to stab his arms and legs a few times before he regained some consciousness. I can't go crazy. I have to wake up. I have to go find her. He broke the burning incense, leaving a small half of it that was not completely burned, and carefully picked up Zhang Xuejuan's left hand on the ground. The jade hand was still warm and soft, as if there were still remnants of her gentleness. Xiang Cheng held the severed hand, feeling as if a knife was cutting his heart. He took Zhang Xuejuan's left hand and bid farewell to the Zhan family members. I have to go find her. I will find her no matter where I go. Xiang Cheng quickly rushed back to Fenghai City to find Li Chenglong and Zhuo Xiaoduo. He knew that the only person he could count on to help him was probably Zhuo Xiaoduo alone. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo had made a prophecy in advance. Zhang Xuejuan's disaster. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo might have a way to deal with it. He frantically contacted Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, at this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo could not be contacted. No matter if it was by phone or any other means of contacting him through the internet, none of them could be reached. Xiang Cheng almost went crazy. He could only choose to ask Li Chenglong for help. Xiang Cheng was very clear-headed. He knew that his IQ was not high enough, let alone now that his mind was in a mess. At this moment, only Li Chenglong was quick-witted and could help him, calmly helping him to plan. Li Chenglong was now on his way back. He lived up to everyone's expectations and found the severely injured Meng Zhangjun and the others. He also rescued them. Then, on the way back, he received a call from Xiang Cheng. Li Chenglong rushed back through the night and saw Xiang Cheng. Then, he forcefully detained Xiang Cheng in the villa and did not allow him to take a step out. At this time, it was easy to get into trouble. Zhang Xuejuan was already in trouble. Xiang Chong could not have any more accidents. Looking at the dazed Xiang Chong, Li Chenglong only felt waves of powerlessness at this moment. He only thought of one sentence: fate. Destiny. Irreversible. Zhuo Xiaoduo had long predicted that Zhang Xuejuan would meet with a calamity of certain death. Therefore, he specially instructed himself to keep a close eye on her so that she could avoid the calamity. However, everything was fine and she had already left the Zhan family. But because he was transferred away by a phone call, the subsequent events changed and took a turn for the worse. First, Zhuo Xiaoduo was busy with something and disappeared. He did not know how to deal with Zhang Xuejuan. He could only try his best to prevent the possibility of anything happening. Everything was going smoothly, but at the last moment, a phone call and a mission transferred him away. Because of this, there was a gap. Zhang Xuejuan, who had already left, was called back and killed herself. Tell me, with all these things happening one after another, where can you go to reason? Thinking back to Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, Li Chenglong could only feel his heart palpitating. Destiny. Even if you know it, you may not be able to escape it. Li Chenglong frantically searched for Zhuo Xiaoduo. The current situation was beyond his ability to deal with. However, he was shocked to find that Xiang Chong could not contact Zhuo Xiaoduo, and he could not contact Zhuo Xiaoduo either. Even their unique communication method was useless. Isn't all of this too much of a coincidence? Li Chenglong only felt that it was inconceivable. He could not believe it. Everything was inconceivable. Xiang Chong had just encountered such an irreversible thing, and on the other side, he could not contact the key person who could help him the most. Who dared to say that this was not God's will? Where did Zhuo Xiaoduo go? Li Changlong had chosen to look for Zhuo Xiaoduo himself when he had discovered that Zhuo Xiaoduo had disappeared. This was because too many people and things were involved in this matter. What if Zhuo Xiaoduo had only returned to his hometown? What if he had gone to the Nine Heavens Pavilion to accompany Zhuo Xiaoyan? Or perhaps he had gone into closed-door training. Li Chenglong knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo had such a space. He would not be able to receive any news as long as he went in to train. It was no different from him vanishing from the face of the earth. Therefore, Li Chenglong rushed back to the Phoenix City at night to confirm the situation. He visited Hu Ruoyun and teacher Hu, and learned that Zhuo Xiaoduo had already left. So, he ran back again. Even if he suddenly had an epiphany and was in that space, Zhuo could not have stayed there for more than 24 hours. Li Chenglong calculated silently. His phone was always charged. Since he had rushed back from the Phoenix City, he had been anxiously calling every few minutes. He had been full of hope every time. He had hoped that the other party would come out of closed-door training. However, his hopes had been dashed every time. If Zhuo had really gone into closed-door training for some reason, and had encountered a critical juncture, it might have taken a little longer. But, it would not have taken more than 36 hours. He is not a person who would not give instructions. Li Chenglong was burning with anxiety. He rushed back to the Fenghai city, and returned to the villa as soon as possible. He burned incense for Grandma Shi, and the principal changed the offerings. Then, he sat in the living room, and waited quietly for Zhuo Xiaoduo's reappearance. However, 24 hours had passed, and there was no news. 36 hours had passed, and there was still no news. At this moment, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Gao Qiao, Yu Yan, Zhen Piapiao, Pai Yibao, and the other members of Zhuo Xiaoduo's gang had already been waiting in the villa. However, they did not dare to enter the living room. They could only wait outside. It was probably because Li Chenglong's temper was unprecedentedly hot. It was almost as if he would explode at the slightest provocation. No one wanted to, mainly because they did not dare to provoke Li Chenglong at this time. Li Chenglong sat in the living room for a long time. His eyes were slightly closed. He seemed to be taking a nap, but in fact, he was thinking nervously. Where did Zhuo go? If he did not act on his own initiative, and had an accident, then, what kind of accident could it be? A life and death crisis? If it wasn't for the sudden turn of events, with his character, he wouldn't have left no traces behind. Then the person he's facing must be an extremely powerful expert, one that far surpasses us. No, it should be far beyond what Boss Zhuo can handle. 36 hours. I can't wait any longer. The situation has changed. It is not at a level that I can handle alone. Li Chenglong did not hesitate anymore. He took out his phone and called Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian. Zhuo Xiaoduo was missing. When Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian heard this breaking news, they were almost scared to death. The two of them rushed to the villa immediately to confirm the situation. In particular, when Zhuo Xiaoduo was last seen in Phoenix City, they called Hu Ruoyun and her husband to confirm it repeatedly. Then, the two of them reported this big news to their superiors. Yi Changqing immediately called Nan Zhengqian, the chief of the southern region. Marshal Nan. Nan Zhengqian's voice was very bright. Changqing, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Marshal Nan. Something happened on our side, Yi Changqing said. What could have happened on your side? Minister Nan should be in the military camp, having a meal with his subordinates. He could clearly hear the sound of laughter and shouting next to him. Zhuo Xiaoduo is missing. Yi Changqing's mood was unusually heavy, and his tone was unusually cold. On the other side, Nan Zhengqian suddenly paused. Then, he heard a sudden sound. Obviously, Nan Zhengqian came out of his room. He hurriedly asked, What? Say that again. Yi Changqing sighed. Zhuo Xiaoduo is missing. He should have disappeared during the spring festival break. We can't contact him no matter what. As he spoke, he went into detail about the investigation, the last traces of Zhuo Xiaoduo before he went missing, and the people he came into contact with. Then, he went into detail. On the other side, Marshal Nan had been holding his breath for a long time, but he didn't say a word. He listened quietly and summarized the information. He seemed to be very calm and unperturbed. When Yi Changqing finished, Nan Zhengqian asked with unusual calmness, Is there anything else you want to add? Yi Changqing thought quickly and looked at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong shook his head. No, that's all the information we have now. Information about Zhuo Xiaoduo must not be spread. You just wait quietly. Remember, don't spread even a single piece of information. No one is allowed to spread it. Wait for my call at any time. Pa Marshal Nan immediately hung up the phone. The room fell into an unprecedented silence. Yi Changqing took a deep breath. He felt his heart beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his throat. His legs were a little weak. How is it? Li Chenglong asked. Don't spread the news. Don't act rashly. Don't spread the news. Yi Changqing staggered and sat on the sofa. He looked at Li Chenglong and said, Besides you, who else knows? No one. No one. No one. Gao Qiao's eyes suddenly flashed and said, Sister Nian. She's swollen. You didn't tell her, right? Li Chenglong shook his head. How dare I? The most important thing now is her. When no one is looking at her, I don't dare to say anything. Who can guarantee how she will react? Chapter 10:15. Gao Qiao heaved a sigh of relief and said, It's good that he didn't say anything. Now that something has happened to Zhuo, what I'm most afraid of is that our family is in a mess. If Sister Nian loses control, we will be even more helpless and helpless. What should we do next? Wait. We can only wait. When Xingtian sat down slowly, his eyes focused. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he said softly, Xiaoduo is good at divination. He can see life and death, fortune and misfortune. He knows better than anyone how to seek fortune and avoid calamity, avoid death and prolong life. He will be fine. Maybe, he is just temporarily trapped and can't contact us. No news is actually good news. As Chiao said, let's not think too much and panic. Minister Nan has already intervened in this matter. He will find a way to find Xiao Duo's whereabouts. Everyone nodded silently. Although Wen Xingtian's words were meant to comfort himself, at the moment, no news was indeed good news. There was no need for him to panic. After the assassination attempt by the Tao Alliance's Skysoar realm expert, everyone had truly become jittery and paranoid about the dangers of every bush and tree. At this time, Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly disappeared for no reason. Moreover, he disappeared on the way back to Fenghai from Phoenix City. No one dared to continue thinking about what this meant. If they forced themselves to think about it, they wouldn't think in a good direction. Only a moment later, the sky above Fenghai suddenly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. An unprecedentedly powerful aura suddenly arrived. With a boom, the person broke through the sky and came in. It was the king of Zhuelu and his wife, who had arrived in Fenghai. The king of Zhuelu, Yun Zhonghu, Baiyun Ferry, and Baiyun Duo were surrounded by the biting cold air from the sky. They landed in the villa's courtyard with a whoosh and teleported to the living room in the next moment. What happened? Is this what happened? Search the entire way. Yun Zhonghu's aura was fully unleashed, and his murderous aura soared to the heavens. Capture everyone who was on the road or passed by that day. Also, search for the auras of all the experts on this road and capture them. Exterminate all the bandits on this road and interrogate them one by one. Bai Yunduo jumped in fright. Isn't this a bit too loud? This is big. The murderous intent in Yun Zhonghu's tiger-like eyes was piercingly cold, and a tyrannical aura rose from his body. Once any suspicious points are confirmed, blood will flow for thousands of miles, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. It will be nothing more than a trivial matter. Li Chenglong and the others were stunned by the conversation between the couple. Who is this? Why is it so easy to put people in misery and suffering? Move out now. Yun Zhonghu's cloak fluttered as he turned around and walked out. From now on, all officials and organizations in the astral souls are to listen to my orders. My orders are strictly enforced. If there is any disobedience, if there is any negligence, the bloodline of all 9 generations will be wiped out. Do not blame me for not warning you. At this moment, Yun Zhonghu had completely gone crazy. Now, he really wanted to kill someone to vent the huge negative emotions in his heart. Little junior brother had gone missing. The only bloodline of master and mistress had gone missing. Pass down my orders. Investigate the 12 major cities in the vicinity first. Uproot all the Tao League and UMNO Alliance's strongholds, spies, and spies. I want to interrogate them personally. The Tao League is still an alliance. Bai Yunduo said worriedly. We still have to report this to Uncle Yu. Even if we are not afraid of being held accountable, it will still be troublesome. Alliance Special, fuck. Troublesome, fucking troublesome. Yun Zhonghu's eyes were red. Who cares about the alliance now? Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Investigate thoroughly. Tiger Guards, Yunkai, assemble. Give up on everything and rush back quickly to investigate this matter thoroughly. Yun Zhonghu pointed at the dozen Tiger Guards and Yunkai behind him. 3 days. Yes. Heavenly King. More than a dozen people sat in more than a dozen directions. All of them unleashed their auras and whistled away. During this time, there were people coming and leaving continuously. In the sky above Fenghai, the wind and clouds surged, and the sky changed color. The wind blew in the sky, and the heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtian, arrived with a murderous look on his face. Have you found anything? Have you found any clues? No. All of you, go and help. A figure flashed. Nan Jingqian had also arrived. You still haven't found anything? Hurry up and go back to your southern army. You're just causing trouble here. The king of Zhuolu cursed. Get lost. Nan Jingqian paused. His eyes were a little red. Then, he turned around and left. If you find anything, send me a message as soon as possible. Then, he flew into the sky. What should we do? Yu Dongtian and Yun Zhonghu looked at each other. Should we inform? Both of them rubbed their hands. Xiao Duo, go to Shangjing and keep an eye on Xiaonian. Don't let her know about Xiao Duo's disappearance, and don't let her run around, Yun Zhonghu said to his wife. Okay. Immediately. Understood. Bai Yun Duo rushed into the sky like a stream of light, galloping far away. Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others saw the series of changes and the arrival of several important people. They were all stunned and speechless for a long time. This time, the heavenly kings of the right and left came with their original faces. They didn't disguise themselves, so they were naturally recognized at a glance. The many guesses they had about Zhou Xiaoduo's identity in the past were finally confirmed at this moment. As expected. There was indeed a great background behind this kid. Otherwise, the heavenly kings of the right and left wouldn't have come in person as soon as something happened to this kid. Moreover, they directly tore through space to come here. Their urgency was unprecedented. Even when they were at the Sun and Moon Pass, facing enemies 10 times their number, the two heavenly kings weren't so flustered. What should we do next? We still have to talk about it. Yu Dongtian anxiously transmitted his voice to Yun Zhonghu. Master is now at the most critical moment. Yun Zhonghu's eyebrows twitched. We are about to achieve everything. If we are disturbed at this time, it is very likely that all our efforts will be in vain. But if we don't say it, we will be beaten to death. Yu Dongtian's eyebrows also twitched. Let's look for it first. Look for it for 2 days. Yun Zhonghu gritted his teeth. 2 days later, if we find it, then it's fine. If we can't find it. If we can't find it, at that time, we will consider whether to tell Master. I will bear all the consequences caused by this matter. Yun Zhonghu repeated and made up his mind. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. You will bear the blame. Are you sure you can bear it? Shouldn't you tell my father first? Yu Dongtian looked hesitant and said, My father is guarding. Cough, what I mean is. If he's here to take the blame, the both of us will feel better. Yun Zhonghu looked at Yu Dongtian a little angrily. You are getting more and more overboard. Now you even want to push the blame to your own father. Yu Dongtian had an embarrassed look on his face. Uncle, you can't take the blame for this matter. Yun Zhonghu said, Fuck, I have been confused by you. Is this the time to push the blame? Master and mistress are in closed-door cultivation. The task of looking after little junior brother naturally falls to me. If something happens to little junior brother, then it is my problem. Even if Master doesn't say a word, I will still be ashamed. At this time, you still have the mood to think about pushing the blame. Do you believe that I will beat you to death with one punch? Okay. Let's look first. What if we find it soon? Okay. Who do you think did it? Yu Dongtian asked telepathically. The Dao League is more likely. Yun Zhonghu gritted his teeth. I think so too. The sky flickered, and a tyrannical aura shrouded the sky. A person in white descended from the sky. It was a woman in a white robe. Her face was picturesque, and her appearance was peerless. What happened? The woman frowned and looked at the two heavenly kings. Aunt Wu, don't worry. Nothing happened. Yun Zhonghu hurriedly bowed. Why did she come out? She was famous for being untouchable. Looking at the entire Astral Souls continent, she was one of the 3 most untouchable women. She was ranked before his wife, second only to his master's wife. The woman in white carried a guqin on her back. When she heard Yun Zhonghu's words, the guqin suddenly appeared in her hand. Her slender hands gently plucked the strings. It's really nothing. Yun Zhonghu said anxiously, it's a matter of the younger generation. You don't have to worry about it. You are also very busy. Hurry. The woman in white snorted. After a moment of silence, she said, where is your master? My master is in seclusion. Yun Zhonghu coughed and replied, of course. Cough, cough. He is in seclusion with my master's wife. Boom. Yun Zhonghu was immediately sent flying more than 3 feet. Damn it. The woman in white flew away. Before she left, she kicked Yun Zhonghu to vent her anger. Even if you don't say it, I will investigate it myself. Yun Zhonghu looked sullen, but he did not dare to speak. When the woman in white left, he finally stood up with a grimace. He still had lingering fears. Didn't they say that there is still some time before the Battle of the Worlds? Why did she jump out now? You ask me, but who should I ask? Yu Dongtian, who had been pretending to be a quail at the side, finally came back to life. How scary. That master's wife of yours is really not scary. You dare to say it to her face? Humph. I don't dare. Let's get down to business first. It is said that the people of the Dao League and the Feng family have been very active in the White Mountain and Black Water area recently. They are looking for information everywhere. Yu Dongtian said. Well, I heard about this too. They seem to be looking for someone, the king of Zhuolu said. But the person they are looking for seems to be the third prince. It has nothing to do with little junior brother. The heavenly king of the right nodded. That little guy from the royal family is an idiot. After doing such a thing, he actually left clues for the Dao League. I think they will find out about him soon. Yesterday, the Feng family and the Feng family already sent a few experts to Shangjing. The king of Zhuolu said lightly, but this matter is not within my jurisdiction. I have no intention of interfering. The heavenly king of the right said, me too. The two of them stood in the sky and chatted. The entire Fenghai city under their feet, including all the movements in the surroundings, was within the range of their divine senses. As time passed, the two of them became more and more impatient. Chapter 10:16. The two heavenly kings felt their hearts beating faster and faster. They had a vague feeling that a great disaster was about to befall them. Unfortunately, there was nothing to talk about. They could only stare and endure. By the way, there was a sudden rainstorm in the Umno Alliance yesterday. Do you think it has something to do with Xiao Duo? Yu Dongtian tried to find a topic to talk about. It's two different things. It's two completely different things. Yun Zhonghu said, that strange phenomenon was caused by the Flood Witch's breakthrough. Sigh. Yu Dongtian was also a little envious. Flood. This senior is really a genius. He's worthy of being invincible. If little junior brother grows up, he won't be inferior to him. The life of invincibility won't belong to him forever. Moreover, there's still Master. After Master completes his breakthrough this time, he might not necessarily be inferior to the Flood Witch. Yun Zhonghu said slowly. Suddenly, the murderous intent in his eyes exploded. No matter who took little junior brother, this time, I'll definitely make him pay the price. The topic was back again. Yu Dongtian looked at Yun Zhonghu, who was about to explode, and tactfully kept quiet. On this day, from Fenghai to Phoenix City and the surrounding areas, all the bandits were unlucky. All the strongholds of the Umno Alliance and the Dao League were uprooted. There were no exceptions. All the nearby cities, all the organizations, all the armies, all the officials, all the martial artists were all included in the unified command. The entire country's machinery operated with unprecedented efficiency. The power it exerted was really terrifying. Countless people had committed crimes their whole lives. They originally wanted to continue living freely, but today, they were dealt with. Countless people were caught at the right time. Countless people were caught because of inappropriate comments. Under the command of the furious King Zwalu, this road and the surrounding 9 major cities were cleaned up as if they had been washed away by a rainstorm. Those who escaped the net time and time again were really. Not a single one was spared this time. Moreover, this sweeping storm continued to spread to the surrounding cities, becoming more and more intense as time passed. The UMNO alliance was fine, but the Tao League was a part of the alliance. Very soon, the higher-ups called to protest and asked for the release of the people. However, in the eyes of the King of Zwalu, there was only one word for it. Scram. In Shangjing, Zhou Xiaonian was already restless and anxious. Since returning to Shangjing, Zhou Xiaonian had completed several tasks in a row. She should have eliminated her hostility, or at least not be so motivated. Balancing work with rest was the right thing to do. However, she didn't know why, but she felt that her heart was full of murderous intent. She couldn't get rid of it, so she killed several batches of targets in a row. Every time he passed by the third prince's residence, this feeling would increase dramatically. The thought of directly killing his way in and slaughtering his way in would never go away. The more he thought about it, the more intense it became. As a result, she was like a powder keg that could explode at any time. I didn't even get to spend New Year's Eve with Gouda. This new year is such a waste. Zhou Xiaonian was very unhappy about this. Although he tries to take advantage of me when I'm with Gouda, but I can beat him up. Not to mention that after the first day of the new year, she couldn't get through to Zhou Xiaoduo when she tried to call him. If it was just once or twice, it wouldn't be a big deal. Maybe this brat entered the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate, so it was reasonable that he couldn't get through to her. If it was 3 or 5 times, it would still be reasonable. After all, she called him within 1 or 2 days. However, on the 3rd day of the new year, 2 days had passed. Not only did this brat not take the initiative to call her back, but he also couldn't get through as before. This was a problem. Obviously, he's got a lot of guts. If he doesn't get beaten up for 3 days, he's going to do whatever he wants. Zhou Xiaonian was fuming. She was already planning thousands of torture methods in her heart. The next time she saw Gouda, she would definitely teach this disobedient fellow a lesson. This was intolerable. Even if she could tolerate it, she couldn't tolerate it. However, Zhou Xiaonian liked to think about things that were pricking her lungs. She thought that Gouda must be busy flirting with girls, right? Or perhaps he was trying to please some shameless woman who seduced her fiancé, or flirting in front of other girls. The next time I see him, I'll beat him to death. No, I can't beat him to death. The next time I see him, I'll have a cold war with him. I'll ignore him. He'll be anxious to death. I'll let him coax me. He won't be able to coax me even if he tries 8 or 10 times. The number of times I call him is more than the number of times I call him. I can't forgive him so easily. I must keep a tight grip on him. Another day passed impatiently. On the 4th day of the new year, she still couldn't get through to Gouda. Zhou Xiaonian couldn't help but feel restless. Although little doggy liked to talk nonsense, he wasn't someone who didn't tell him what to do. Could it be that something had happened? Did something happen? Originally, because she was annoyed, she planned to use the mission as an excuse to divert her attention. However, she became absent-minded and her temper became more and more fiery. According to Zhou Xiaonian's understanding of Zhou Xiaoduo, he would definitely not ignore her calls. Especially after so many times in one breath. The wheels of time were turning. Seeing that it was the 5th day of the new year, Zhuo Xiaonian couldn't hold it in anymore. I have a mission tonight and tomorrow morning. After I finish my mission and catch these scums, I'll immediately ask for leave and go to Fenghai. I'll see what happened that night. When Zhuo Xiaonian went out on a mission, she immediately used her peak returning mysterious realm freezing energy and froze the target, the entire bandit nest, into ice. Her method was fast, simple, and violent. Everyone who went out on the mission with her was terrified. What the hell, is this still returning mysterious realm? Even a peak flying heavens expert wouldn't be able to do this, right? The next morning, after handing in the mission, Zhuo Xiaonian directly asked for leave. I have something to do and need to go to Fenghai. Okay. Let's temporarily set the time for leave for a week. It might be delayed. It's okay. Half a month is fine. Zhuo Xiaonian's mouth twitched. When other people asked for leave, they would be scolded. However, when it was her turn to ask for leave, not only was she happy and comfortable, but she was also more considerate. If she asked for a day, she would be given 2 days. If she asked for 2 days, she would be given 7 days. If she asked for a week, she would be given half a month. Zhuo Xiaonian was naturally aware of the obvious difference in treatment. While he was grateful, he also raised his vigilance. You're being so lenient and considerate to me. You don't have other thoughts, do you? Even though the old man in front of her looked old and senile, Zhuo Xiaonian didn't let her guard down. If you really have other thoughts, with my current cultivation, I can freeze you into an ice cube in a matter of minutes. If the leader in charge of the returning mysterious realm group knew that Zhuo Xiaonian had such thoughts, he would probably vomit blood. It's not that I have other thoughts about you. It's just that you have too much background. I really can't afford to offend you. As usual, Zhuo Xiaonian exuded a gust of cold wind. She directly soared into the sky and left Shangjing. However, the cold wind around her was much colder than before. However, she didn't know if it was a coincidence or not. As soon as she left Shangjing, she met Bai Yunduo who was rushing towards her. Zhuo Xiaonian obviously knew Bai Yunduo. When the starry mountains opened, Bai Yunduo was standing in the sky and monitoring all the teams. Zhuo Xiaonian knew that this patrol inspector was a big shot who stood at the peak of the entire astral souls. Now that she saw her, even someone as arrogant as her didn't dare to neglect her. She was the first to greet her. Hello, patrol inspector. Zhuo Xiaonian? Bai Yunduo pretended to be surprised. You're Zhuo Xiaonian from the 9 Heavens Pavilion, right? Your code name is Civet. Zhuo Xiaonian said respectfully, that's Xiaonian. I didn't expect patrol inspector to know me. Zhuo Xiaonian really didn't expect Bai Yunduo to know her name. Under normal circumstances, her information was far from being qualified to enter the eyes of such a big shot. She really didn't expect this high and mighty patrol inspector to know her. Even Zhuo Xiaonian couldn't help but feel proud. You look like you're in a hurry. Where are you going? Can you tell me? I'm going to Fenghai. Oh. What a coincidence. I just came back from Fenghai. Bai Yunduo smiled confidently. Oh, you're going to Fenghai to see your brother? How do you know everything? Zhuo Xiaonian was surprised. You and your brother are both on the top genius list of the astral souls. Bai Yunduo casually made up a list and smiled amiably. And on this list, there are only a total of 6 people. Even if I don't want to be familiar with all of you, I really can't do it. Ha! I see. Zhuo Xiaonian was enlightened. Everything made sense. Zhuo Xiaonian was well aware of her and Puppy's innate talents. She knew that if there was such a list, the 2 of them would definitely be the first and second place at the top. This wasn't out of modesty. The esteemed master had already proved this point. It wasn't surprising that the astral souls had another list of heavenly talents that they paid special attention to. Zhuo Xiaonian even thought that Li Chenglong might be among the 6 people. She just didn't know where he was ranked. Zhuo Xiaonian had heard too many times from Zhuo Xiaoduo about this person who had been by Puppy's side for the past few years. If you're going to see Zhuo Xiaoduo, you might as well not go. You won't be able to see him even if you go. Bai Yunduo chuckled. Well, what do you mean, master? Zhuo Xiaoduo rushed back to his hometown in Phoenix City on New Year's Eve to visit his old friends. Due to a chance encounter, his Taoist heart was enlightened and his state of mind was greatly improved. Therefore, the Hidden Dragon High School specially arranged a 1-month hellish cultivation for him. During this period, he's not allowed to bring any communication devices to prevent it from affecting the cultivation. Bai Yunduo said, I believe that after this cultivation, he'll be reborn. He might even be able to catch up with you. Bai Yunduo smiled and said, how is it? This is great news, isn't it? Are you happy? Are you happy? Chapter 1017. Happy? Happy? Zhuo Xiaonian widened her eyes. Apparently, she was shocked by the good news. There was only one thought in her mind. Is he going to catch up with me? How? How is this possible? What? What kind of cultivation is so effective? How can I be reborn? With Bai Yunduo's endorsement, Zhuo Xiaonian naturally wouldn't have any doubts. However, a strong sense of danger grew in his heart, and he couldn't stop himself. Oh no! Oh no! Little Doggy said that if he catches up with me, he will do that. Humph. So embarrassing. Bai Yunduo looked at Zhuo Xiaoniantian's cold face, suddenly flushed red. It was so beautiful that she couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. As an experienced person, how could she not know what was going on with Zhuo Xiaonian? She was very familiar with the relationship between the two. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed as she thought about the uncertain future. She said faintly, Little Nian, should I tell you that your cultivation progress is a little slow? Your brother used to be much slower than you, but now, he is about to catch up with you. When she said this, the Lady of the Clouds felt a little embarrassed. Zhuo Xiaonian's cultivation progress, let alone herself, even in the eyes of the top 2 people in the astral souls. It was definitely unprecedented. Well, if Zhuo Xiaonian met Zhuo Xiaoduo, it could only be said that she was born at the wrong time. Otherwise, she would be the most powerful person in the world. No one could compete with her. This kind of cultivation progress, even compared to those ancient almighty people in the legends who encountered one opportunity with each step, was still one of the best. Very few people could compare to him. Whoever dared to say that Zhuo Xiaonian was slow would probably be despised to death. He immediately retorted with a single sentence. This is slow. How fast are you? However, Bai Yunduo's words had hit Zhuo Xiaonian's weak spot, and it had instantly broken through his mental defenses. That's right. Compared to Little Doggy, my cultivation progress is indeed slow, too slow. Zhuo Xiaonian's state of mind became more and more unstable, and his heart was burning with anxiety. However, she was now thinking of ways to improve herself. She must not let Little Doggy catch up with her. It would be too embarrassing if Little Doggy caught up with her now. Since she would not be able to see Zhuo Xiaoduo after going to Fenghai, Zhuo Xiaonian immediately extinguished the thought of going to Fenghai. Little Doggy is cultivating desperately. Why should I go there? To watch him catch up with me? From the beginning to the end, Zhuo Xiaonian had never doubted that Inspector Bai Yun Fairy, the most powerful person in the astral souls, would lie to her. The Lady of the Clouds would never lie to him. Who was he? Why would such a high-end and high-class person come here to lie to her? Was she a university student who suspected that the country's leader was lying to her? This was simply impossible. She would be excited for a long time just to meet her. How could she have any doubts? Zhuo Xiaonian was probably in this situation now. Thank you for telling me. Zhuo Xiaonian wanted to go back as soon as possible. Once she went back, she would go into seclusion and seize every moment to cultivate and improve. What are you going to do? Go back and cultivate. Cultivate? Bai Yunduo's face was full of smiles. Anyway, I don't have anything important to do in Shangjing. Where do you live? I'll go with you. Maybe I can give you some advice on cultivation. Speaking of which, part of the reason I came here this time is because of you. Because of me? Zhuo Xiaonian was surprised. The great Baiyun fairy came here to look for me. What? Am I such a big shot? Aren't you giving me too much face? Zhuo Xiaoduo is working hard to improve his cultivation, and you also need to improve your cultivation. You need to improve even more. Bai Yunduo said lightly, in half a year, there might be a grand competition between the three clans. At that time, the Umno Alliance, the Dao League, and the Astral Souls will all send their top talents to determine the strongest junior. This competition is still classified as a top secret. Only 2 people from each continent will participate in this competition. The Astral Souls has chosen you and Zhuo Xiaoduo. It's already a sure thing. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo's battle prowess is extremely high, his cultivation base is still lacking. At the very least, he still needs to take a big step forward to ensure his victory. I hope that he can meet the requirements with this opportunity. Your current cultivation realm has reached the lower limit of the set standard, but I'm afraid it's still not enough to get the first place. Bai Yunduo said, since I have nothing to do, I plan to go to Shangjing to do some things. At the same time, I want to urge you to work hard and improve your cultivation realm. Let's go. I'll go back with you. I want to see the results of your cultivation during this time with my own eyes. You little girl, sigh. You've been slacking off recently. Zhuo Xiaonian was brought back by Bai Yunduo in a daze. Then, she was immersed in the intensive training conducted by Baiyun Fairy. Bai Yunduo used her unique method to squeeze out Zhuo Xiaonian's potential to the extreme. She personally joined the competition and pointed out many of Zhuo Xiaonian's shortcomings. After a few rounds, she squeezed out all of Zhuo Xiaonian's spiritual energy. Then, she let Zhuo Xiaonian recover while she stayed by her side to protect her. She completely isolated Zhuo Xiaonian from the outside world. Her cultivation realm was much higher than Zhuo Xiaonian's. Every time, she could control her spiritual energy very carefully. She could make Zhuo Xiaonian completely exhausted, drained her spiritual energy, and shriveled her dantian to the point that there was not a trace of it left. But at the same time, she would never hurt her origin. In this way, the spiritual energy in her dantian was absorbed from nothing to the limit. When her dantian was full again, not only did she have new insights, but she could also slightly expand the capacity of her dantian every time her dantian was full. At Zhuo Xiaonian's level, it was extremely difficult to expand the capacity of one's dantian. It was directly related to the number of times one had to compress one's cultivation. If one continued to compress like this, Bai Yunduo could even push Zhuo Xiaonian's cultivation to a whole new level on top of the already shocking foundation. Zhuo Xiaonian naturally knew the benefits of this. This kind of cultivation method was more than just twice the result with half the effort. It was basically a heaven-sent opportunity. Her cultivation realm improved by leaps and bounds. She's indeed the top of the continent, the top of the mythical level. Zhuo Xiaonian was full of admiration. I can't let that little dog catch up with me. This is a good opportunity. I must take this opportunity to widen the distance between us. I must widen the distance even more. Zhuo Xiaonian's eyes were unprecedentedly resolute. Finally, during a break in cultivation, Bai Yunduo asked Zhuo Xiaonian, Little Nian, how many times have you suppressed your cultivation at the peak of the returning profound realm? Currently, only 19 times. There's still a lot of room for compression. Zhuo Xiaonian answered honestly and respectfully. Cough. Bai Yunduo only felt her throat itch, so she coughed and said, how many times do you think you can suppress when you really break through to the sky realm? Zhuo Xiaonian calculated and said, I originally expected to suppress about 45 times. However, this time, with the help of Master's extreme compression of her dantian, I estimate that by that time, I should be able to suppress 3 or 4 more times. Her eyes were shining as she said, if I work harder, I should be able to suppress it to 50 times. If I can suppress it to 51 or 52 times, that would be even better. Bai Yunduo closed her mouth and used all her willpower to control the expression on her face. She nodded gracefully and said, not bad at all. Your performance has far exceeded the scope of ordinary prodigies. However, you still have to work harder. It won't look good if the elder sister is beaten to the ground by the younger brother. No. Definitely not. Zhuo Xiaonian was full of fighting spirit. She said, after this special training, I'm confident that I can still beat little doggy single-handedly. It won't be a problem. Bai Yunduo's mouth twitched. Okay, let's continue. I'll give you a hand. I hope your wish comes true. Zhuo Xiaoduo was thrown far away in the beam of light. He felt like he had been shot out of a rocket launcher through thousands of mountains and rivers like an egg. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away from the Red Sun mountain range, which was a sea of fire that was thousands of miles in circumference. He also caught a glimpse of the mountains under his feet, which flashed past in a hurry like a line. Hundreds of mountains were left behind in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo was not shocked at all. Instead, he was filled with joy. It was indeed Zhu Wu's inheritance. It was indeed awesome. Apart from the inheritance, there was also a layer of protection. It was very thoughtful and strict. Especially for the current me, it was tailor-made and infinitely suitable for me. Looking at the densely packed human heads that looked like ants, there seemed to be at least a few 100,000 of them. Then, looking at the Wizard Alliance's banners that flashed past, Lin Li felt a chill run down his spine. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly had a feeling of being trapped in a hopeless situation, but he had escaped with his life. Awesome! This is really awesome. I didn't expect there to be such a trick. In this way, I have directly escaped the encirclement of hundreds of thousands of people. Moreover, with my current speed, each person is in a different direction. The higher-ups of the UMNO Alliance will definitely not be able to determine where I am. It's getting harder and harder to determine. Since the higher-ups of the UMNO Alliance can't determine where I am, that hateful old man, who is in the hinterland of the UMNO Alliance, will naturally be even more powerless. I can only completely get rid of him. I have gotten rid of this huge trouble. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt relaxed all over. Looking outside the beam of light, he saw thousands of mountains and rivers flashing past. Under the extreme relaxation, he could not help but feel refreshed and even high-spirited. For a moment, he was in the mood of being lonely at the top, and his poetic interest was greatly aroused. Traveling to the North Sea in the morning and Kangguo in the evening, the golden crow in the sleeve is bold. No one in the UMNO Alliance knows me. The sound of the waves flies across hundreds of thousands of lakes. Yes, it can't be the sound of the waves, it must be the sound of the waves. Chapter 1018. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he had been overindulged. I traversed the UMNO Alliance over thousands of mountains and rivers, rowing a boat without a paddle. His words were full of self-satisfaction, and he even wanted to continue. What's the big deal about traveling to the North Sea in the morning and Kangguo in the evening? It's just that the distance I traversed in these 2 seconds was several times greater than his, alright? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel that he was high and mighty. He had a subtle feeling that a person at the peak would feel cold. A sense of loneliness arose in his heart, as if there was no one else but him. Hundreds of thousands of strong enemies besieged and millions of troops chased and intercepted. What kind of dangerous situation was that? This is simply a matter of 10,000 deaths. But I, Master Zhuo, passed through it so easily. To me, this kind of deadly encirclement is not something that can be done with a wave of my hand. I'm already thousands of mountains and rivers away without taking away a single cloud. Although it's not my own ability, but this doesn't stop me from being overindulgent. Because I'm in a good mood. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't move in the beam of light and was still tightly imprisoned, Zhuo Xiaoduo would definitely stand with his hands behind his back, standing in the wind and showing off his cool and graceful manner. Looking at the mountains that seemed to be lined up like flickering lights and passing shadows, and in an instant, thousands of mountains flew past in front of him, Zhuo Xiaoduo became more and more comfortable. That old bastard whose name I don't know, let's see how you're going to monitor me. You're really too vicious. What kind of grudge do you have with my father that you actually put the blame on me? Just you wait. Wait until I achieve great success in my cultivation, I'll definitely take revenge. Even if I can't deal with you for now, I'll still deal with your descendants. I promise I'll take care of them until they cry for their parents. Since this old bastard has descendants, he must have sons, grandsons, great-grandsons, and the like, right? Can't I beat one of them? Since he has a daughter, he must have a grandson or something, right? Can't I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, beat your grandson to death? When I go back and see them, I'll definitely. As he thought about it, anger rose in his heart and evil grew in his guts. Dozens of revenge plans were lined up neatly in a row. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly saw a dark and lush green, endless forest. Damn, how could there be such a vast forest? He was clearly moving at such a fast speed, and thousands of mountains and rivers were nothing to him. Why was it that he still couldn't see the end of it? Wasn't this forest a bit too big? The forest in front of them was filled with black smoke. That was boundless demonic aura. Waves of dense demonic aura crisscrossed high up in the sky, directly blocking the falling meteorites from far away. No one knew how far they fell, but they couldn't fall into the forest at all. It was as if there was a huge energy shield above the forest, just like a human city. Zhuo Xiaoduo saw such a strange scene and subconsciously looked up. He saw that the forest covered at least dozens of mountains. It was too dense and too vast. It was not difficult to guess that there must be countless big demons in the forest from the dense demonic aura in the sky. This is clearly a dangerous place. I can't go in. I have to go over it quickly. Why do I feel that the more I look at it, the clearer it is? Zhuo Xiaoduo subconsciously looked around and couldn't help but be shocked. The forest in front of him was huge, but it was still nothing compared to the high-speed movement he had done before. The main reason why he couldn't see the end of the forest wasn't because the forest was too big, but because his movement speed had slowed down. The beam of light shield had also disappeared without him noticing. He was in a state where his head was in front and his feet were behind. He was like a rocket that was shot out of the barrel, diving down. And the current position made Zhuo Xiaoduo inexplicably think of a cartoon he had seen in his dream. It seemed to be called Astro Boy. My current posture, don't I look like Astro Boy who is flying? But I don't seem to have the power to fly. I'm still being imprisoned. Oh heavens, oh earth, oh Zhu Wu Zhu Rong, you won't let me crash like this, will you? Unfortunately, Zhuo Xiaoduo's repeated encounters had exhausted too much of his luck. He didn't even have time to cry out in surprise before he was already in this diving position. He looked at the earth and the forest crazily rushing towards him. The sense of déjà vu was getting stronger and stronger. Finally. Oh yeah. Zhuo Xiaoduo closed his eyes. Using his hard skull, he smashed it straight down. Bang! Fuck! Bang! Fuck! Bang! Fuck! After 8 consecutive sounds, Zhuo Xiaoduo used his hard head to smash through 3 large trees. Only then did he manage to use the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra to protect his body. Following that, he continued to smash through the upper half of 8 large trees that were as thick as houses. The impact was truly shocking and extraordinary. Extreme speed brought about extreme impact. Zhuo Xiao Duo was like an indestructible divine weapon that directly pierced through everything. Bang! He crashed into a big tree. Fuck! He crashed through a big tree and went straight through it. At the very end, there was an abnormally muffled bang. There was no friction. Zhuo Xiaoduo's entire body directly stabbed into a big tree in front of him. The last big tree was much bigger than the previous ones. It was almost as thick as Zhuo Xiaoduo's villa in Fenghai. Its height was at least a few thousand feet high. It was really at the level of a giant tree. Zhuo Xiaoduo's head, which he had placed high hopes on, played a powerful role like a drill and directly stabbed into the hard trunk of the tree. His head, neck, chest, lower abdomen, and most of his body were stabbed into the big tree with a burp sound. Only his 2 legs were left outside, drooping down dejectedly. At the right time, the hole that was pierced through was too sudden. Due to the friction at high speed, there was even a puff of black smoke coming out from the direction of Zhuo Xiaoduo's butt. It rose in spirals. The big tree trembled, and then a dull sound came out from the trunk of the big tree. It sounded like the movement of a person who was about to suffocate to death. What the fuck? Behind him, diagonally facing the sky, was a huge and penetrating hole that extended into the sky. A hole that was connected by 11 big trees was, of course, a continuous hole. How could it be a lie? At this moment, from the holes of the 11 big trees that were directly pierced through, there was also a puff of black smoke rising in spirals. It seemed that wherever the mountain wind passed, there would be signs of a fire, or even a fire. Such high speed, such rapid friction, such a sudden explosion of a large amount of heat. It seemed that the forest was about to be set on fire. At this moment, the big tree that Zhuo Xiaoduo was embedded in suddenly moved. The towering treetops that reached into the clouds swayed slightly, and a heavy downpour suddenly fell within a radius of 10,000 feet. Walalala. As soon as the black smoke rose, it disappeared in an instant. The 11 big trees that were pierced through only reacted at this moment, like humans who had woken up from a dream. Their branches and leaves swayed, sending a message of gratitude. Thick branches bent down from the treetops, and used their branches and leaves to caress their bodies that were inexplicably pierced through. They were filled with an inexplicable pain. The next moment, a wave of anger and confusion rose to the sky. This was too inhumane. Too inhumane. What the hell was going on? In the words of the human race, it should be unworthy of being a son. We just grew up here quietly, lived a peaceful life, and did not offend anyone. Was this 2-legged beast crazy? Did we offend him? Why did it descend from the sky out of nowhere and pierce through my body? At this moment, half of Zhuo Xiaoduo's body was embedded in the giant tree, and the tree began to move again. It was so uncomfortable that it kept trembling. It directly crashed into my body, and it was still moving continuously. It was still setting fire. Damn it. It's so painful, it's so bloated. The huge tree was furious. 2 thick tree vines dropped down with a swoosh, and wrapped around Zhuo Xiaoduo's thighs, one on each side, while the other was filled with raging flames. In an instant, they tied him up tightly, and then pulled him out with great force. Go away. Swoosh. Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed as he was pulled out, as if someone was pulling out a needle from his own body. Then, 2 tree vines wrapped around Zhuo Xiaoduo and swung him in the air. Then, with a whoosh, he was thrown out like a baseball. Go away. Zhuo Xiaoduo was thrown out like a spinning top, and flew high into the sky. Above the vast forest, between the countless branches of the trees, he traveled at an extremely fast speed. However, wherever he passed, it was not a smooth journey, but a path of punishment. Countless trees and thick vines swung nimbly. Each of them used their full strength. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The tree vines whipped the air with explosive sounds, whipping Zhuo Xiaoduo's body viciously. Pa pa pa, the sounds were all connected together. The vines had already formed countless illusions. Wherever Zhuo Xiaoduo passed, at least tens of thousands of vines were already swinging in advance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Revenge. Revenge on this abominable two-legged beast. In just a few seconds, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already endured no less than 1,000 tree vines whipping him. He spun around like a spinning top, and there were even afterimages of him rolling around. Because the driving force of being thrown away was too great, even thousands of whips couldn't stop him from being thrown away. Buttocks. Now, it was impossible to tell where the buttocks were. His whole body was swollen, and Bai's face was swollen like a pig's head. It was indescribably miserable. Zhuo Xiaoduo only felt that he had become a spinning top that was being whipped by thousands of people at the same time that he was like a tiger that had fallen to the plains, being bullied by dogs. He was so aggrieved. But now, his dantian and meridians were finally unblocked, and the flow of his true core energy was no longer obstructed. Ouch! Zhuo Xiaoduo let out an extremely aggrieved roar, and the Flaming Sun Sutra was instantly activated throughout his body. His entire body was like a small sun, suddenly emitting an enormous amount of heat, spreading out to the extreme. Boundless heat suddenly rose, protecting his entire body. You're still beating me, are you done? Chapter 10:19. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of tree vines were still waving towards Zhuo Xiaoduo, but Zhuo Xiaoduo grabbed them casually. With a shake and a twist, he actually tied a knot with himself as the center. Countless tree vines were entangled in one place. Zhuo Xiaoduo took this opportunity to get rid of the tree vines whipping him. Immediately, the tree vines began to catch fire again. That was the enormous heat generated by the scorching sun divine art. The extremely hot qi was able to burn the tree vines and counterattack. Do you really think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? How dare a bunch of tree demons bully me? Zhuo Xiaoduo was furious. You've been punished to stand on trees for so many years. How dare you provoke me? I'll roast you one by one. Burn all of you. For a moment, the raging flames soared into the sky and stretched endlessly. Countless tree vines were still unwilling to give up and continued to entangle him. However, this level of attack was nothing to Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had recovered. Both of his hands were yin and yang. With a twist, more tree vines were tied together like a gourd. It was a mess. Then, as usual, a small flame flashed. The true fire of the scorching sun divine art suddenly exploded. It was still a small explosion and continued to burn. The raging flames were about to soar into the sky. Wait! Don't set the fire. An old voice said, please be merciful. Please be merciful. The voice of the speaker was quite strange. It was a sound produced by the vibration of soul power and mind power. The accent was extremely ancient and strange. In addition, there was a hint of a muffled sound. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. After all, he was in a foreign land and did not dare to act rashly. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. There's someone in this world. In the forest, there was a flash of green light. It was like a firefly. Countless trees automatically poured water from the top of the trees and quickly extinguished the fire that had just been ignited. Countless broken vines twisted as if they were in great pain, and quickly retracted back into the tree. His vision instantly became clean and refreshed. As far as the eye could see, a tall giant that was at least dozens of meters tall staggered out from the dense forest on the other side. His entire body was covered in fluttering vines and tentacles. The forest was extremely vast, and there was almost no space between the trees. However, the giant in front of him moved at a relatively slow speed, but no matter where he went, there was no obstruction. Clearly, it was impossible to cross the boundary. Even Zhuo Xiaoduo would be stuck in the small space if he walked over there. However, the giant seemed to be at ease and walked over casually. After he walked over, the trees behind him were still the same. There was no difference from before. It looked extremely magical and incredible. The closer they got, the clearer Xiaoduo could see the true appearance of the giant. He saw that the green leaves covered most of the giant's body, but they still could not cover the giant's legs and body. What covered was the extremely hard bark of the tree. The face was also covered with ancient mottled bark. It was a shocking sight. Only the pair of eyes were as bright as autumn water, untainted by a trace of dust and pleasing to the eye. Xiaoduo took a closer look and found that there was a round hole at the base of the giant's thigh. It seemed to have been drilled by a red-hot soldering iron. It felt burnt and there was a smell that had just appeared. This shouldn't have been drilled out by me just now, right? Xiaoduo could not help but mutter in his heart. Looking at that part, it was a little mysterious. If it was a little bit deeper, it would be the most important part for a human being. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that he had just drilled out. He could not help but feel lucky. Fortunately, it was the front side. If it was the back side, I would have been a joke for the rest of my life if I had drilled in with my head facing down. I drilled into the giant's reincarnation of the 5 grains. Xiaoduo's thoughts were undeniably strange. As he thought about it, he even shuddered. Young friend, don't look anymore. This hole was drilled out by you just now. The giant's words were full of helplessness. He looked at Xiaoduo with some annoyance. Just now, you drilled your head here. If it wasn't for the fact that the old tree is relatively hard, you would have drilled your way into its stomach and destroyed its vitality. Xiaoduo coughed and said, I'm sorry. It was really not my intention to come here. If I had a choice, I would not have landed in such a way. The giant rolled his eyes and said, Young friend, please retract your supernatural power and spare my descendants. The surrounding flames were extinguished, but the flame in Xiaoduo's hand was still burning. It was the tree demon's biggest nemesis. The giant looked at the flame in Xiaoduo's hand and was a little afraid. Who are you? Where is this place? Xiaoduo held the flame and had an expression that said, I have your weakness. It was a little like a petty person intoxicated with success. Since these trees were so afraid of fire, wouldn't it be easy to deal with this matter? I may not be afraid of other things, but fire. Ha ha ha, I'm not bragging, but I can even set fire to little chicks. I was thrown here all of a sudden. I am unfamiliar with this place. How can I not be intimidated? Therefore, he held the flame even more and waved it left and right. He said proudly, this supernatural power can't be retracted. Ha, it can't be retracted. The giant's old bark-like face showed an extremely human-like expression. It was obvious that he hated the flame in Xiaoduo's hand. This is the heavenly spirit forest. I don't know why you suddenly fell here from the sky, the giant said in a muffled voice. Moreover, you hurt 11 of our people as soon as you landed. It's hard to explain the reason just by saying that you didn't want to, right? As he spoke, he gestured with his big hand that was full of vines at his thigh. His face, which was full of old bark-like skin, actually twitched. The burls on it also trembled. As if recalling the pain, he said, including me, there are 12 of us. He said with some indignation, you made a hole in all of us. Xiaoduo said very innocently, I didn't want to make a hole for all of you, but I had no choice. If I had a choice, why wouldn't I come from hundreds of thousands of miles away just to make a hole for all of you? The giant looked at him seriously. After he finished speaking, he actually thought seriously for a while. Then, he said in a muffled voice, but you made a hole and caused us harm. Those 11 clansmen of mine were seriously injured when you went in and out of their bodies. As the giant spoke slowly, the branches and leaves of many big trees nearby swayed. Then, burly giants walked out from the huge trees. Their vines fluttered and gathered in this direction. A few giants walked and their vines entangled with each other. They couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground. Then, the earth shook and the mountains shook. It was like an earth bowl turning over. Then, they stood up shakily and continued to walk in this direction. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was in the middle of a group of giants, was like a little mouse crawling under the feet of a human. If he wanted to talk to the giant, he had to stretch his neck hard to see the giant's big face. Fuck, am I short? I'm almost 1.9 meters tall. Among humans, I'm definitely the tallest. But why is it that here, it's like entering a giant's country? This feeling is really fucking awesome. Zhuo Xiaoduo said hesitantly, it's a long story. I can't explain it in a short time, but it's really too tiring for me to talk like this. My neck hurts when I raise my head, so I'm not in the mood to talk. Do you understand what I mean? The first giant thought seriously for a moment before he understood what Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Then, he nodded and said, this is easy. Then, the vines fluttered, as if they were sending a message. Then, another giant stretched out his huge hand and held the other giant's hand. Then, between the two hands, two vines intertwined with each other and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a natural old-fashioned wooden armchair. It stood tall about 60 meters above the ground, just at the same level as the previous giant's head. Zhuo Xiaoduo was about to jump up when he felt two vines quietly growing under his feet. They steadily lifted him up all the way. As the vines grew rapidly, they reached the left side of the old-fashioned wooden armchair. They lifted Zhuo Xiaoduo to the top of the armchair. Then, with a whoosh, the vines pulled away from Zhuo Xiaoduo's buttocks. Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally took advantage of the situation and sat down on the old-fashioned wooden armchair. As soon as he touched it, he felt that it was thick and soft under his buttocks. There was even a faint fragrance. The atmosphere was very pleasant. Zhuo Xiaoduo patted both sides and said, if only there were 2 more armrests here. Before he could finish his sentence, new green vines suddenly grew on both sides and naturally grew into 2 armrests. What's more, there were a few bright flowers on the left side of the armrests. The branches and leaves stretched out, and the fragrance of the flowers wafted. It was very pleasing to the eye. Zhuo Xiaoduo placed his hand on the chair and leaned his back against the soft backrest. He sat in an imposing manner and suddenly felt that he was insufferably arrogant at this moment, as if he was above everyone else. Especially when he could look at the giant in front of him without raising his head. This feeling was simply too good. It was indescribably pleasant. Now that I'm sitting and you're standing, it's clear who's superior. This is the only way to accurately reflect my position as Master Zhuo. However, this method was indeed not bad. If he had such a thing at home, wouldn't it be much more convenient than a robot? It can grow at any time. Even when I'm eating, these vines can take food for me at any time, that even when I'm in the toilet. I don't have to wipe myself. Zhuo Xiaoduo's imagination ran wild. That kind of life was simply. He. Chapter 10:20. The giant looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and frowned. This. Young friend, is it convenient to talk now? Yes, it's convenient. Heavenly Spirit Forest? Where is that? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked, why does it sound so unfamiliar? The giant's mottled face showed a trace of sadness. Heavenly Spirit Forest is the place of the spirit race. Spirit race? You're not tree demons or monster race? Zhuo Xiaoduo was really shocked. Of course, he had heard of the spirit race. As one of the 9 native races of the astral souls, the spirit race, the Wu people, the Tao League, and the human race were all part of the astral souls. But didn't the spirit race leave the astral souls after the exile? Why was there still a spirit race here? And this was the territory of the Wu people. And why would the Umno Alliance allow the spirit race to occupy such a large territory in the Umno Alliance? He had never heard of other races in the Umno Alliance before. This matter was indeed a little unexpected. The giant's big watery eyes stared at Suoxiaoduo. Suoxiaoduo couldn't help but take a step back. After all, the giant's eyes were much bigger than his head. In the giant's watery eyes, he could clearly see his own reflection. It was even clearer than a mirror. Suoxiaoduo could even look into the giant's eyes and see little acne on his face. His hair had already turned white. He could squeeze it out now. He suddenly had the urge to squeeze the acne on the giant's eyes. Of course, he couldn't do that. If he sprayed the acne into the giant's eyes, the giant would probably go crazy. Tree demons? Monster race? No, 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 young friend, you're wrong about us. Very wrong. We're not monster race, we're spirit race. Tree demons are not the same as us. Cough, where did you come from? Why do you want to hurt us? The giant stared at Chu Yunsheng in confusion. Our spirit race has always been at peace with the rest of the world. Even though we've been living in the Wu people's territory for thousands of years, we've never interfered with each other. But you. Suoxiaoduo said with a wronged expression, would you believe me if I said I was thrown here? The giant hesitated for a moment. Its huge eyeballs spun like wheels before it said in a simple and honest manner, I do. Suoxiaoduo was speechless. Believing everything he said? Was he that gullible? What do you want to do here? What can you do? The giant asked. The surrounding giants looked at Suoxiaoduo curiously. It was a rare sight. Some vines even fluttered in the air. It seemed like they had the urge to touch Suoxiaoduo. Two-legged beasts, how rare. What was that? It was so small. But why isn't there any tree bark on his body? This was too unsightly. The giant who was talking to Suoxiaoduo rolled his eyes and stopped the curious clansmen around him. Suoxiaoduo was speechless. I really didn't want to come here. I was thrown here by a super strong cultivator. I don't even know where this place is. Why would I take the initiative to come here? All the surrounding giants nodded in unison. They had an expression that said, what you said makes sense. We understand everything now. Then the giant nodded in understanding and asked, then why did you come here? Suoxiaoduo was on the verge of collapse. He realized that these big guys' brains weren't that good. They kept asking the same question over and over again, explaining each time and asking in a different way. Can't you guys think for a second? No, I didn't want to come here. I was thrown here by someone. Suoxiaoduo said helplessly, do you understand? He had an urge to go crazy. For the first time in his life, he understood what it meant to meet a soldier. All the giants nodded in unison. Around Suoxiaoduo, 7 or 8 heads nodded furiously. There were actually a lot of giants gathered here. There were at least a few hundred of them, but Suoxiaoduo could only see 7 or 8 of them at the front. The rest were all blocked by the giants. Those 7 or 8 heads surrounded him. They were no different from the thickest wall. Then when are you leaving? The giant in front of him asked honestly. I want to leave now, Suoxiaoduo said. Then you can't leave now. The giants shook their heads together. You heard us. You can't just leave like this. Then what do you want? Suoxiaoduo asked. The giants looked at each other. Their little fingers, which were as thick as Suoxiaoduo's butt, scratched their heads like a saw. Then, they looked confused and shook their heads together. You don't know what you want? And you're asking me this question? The giants were dumbfounded. They continued to scratch their heads in confusion. Crack, 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 dot. Suoxiaoduo sighed and used his hand to prop up his head. He weakly leaned on the thick and soft armchair. He truly felt that he had been treated courteously, and there would definitely be no conflict. This group of big guys didn't look like they were the type to fight. They probably wouldn't be able to get into a fight. But these big guys were all one-track minded. There was no way to communicate with them. I knocked a hole out of you. Yes, I admit it. But what can I do? You don't expect me to repair the hole, do you? If you were a human, I would heal you, but you are a tree. I don't know how to heal trees. If you could give me some suggestions, I would have some room to bargain. But you don't give me any direction. What do you want me to do? I might as well fight to my heart's content. Swiss Xiao Duo leaned weakly on the chair. His whole body was paralyzed. The giants stared at each other in confusion. Why did this two-legged beast suddenly stop talking? Let us think about the problem. If we could think about it, why would we ask you? This two-legged beast was a little unreasonable. He was also a little dumb. What should I do to deal with this guy? What a headache. I've never encountered such a situation before. I have no place to learn from. Let him go. That would be a loss. Not let him go. Then what should I let him do? At this moment, an elegant voice said with a smile, Okay, okay. Don't make things difficult for this little friend. Let him come over. I'll ask him. This voice was very smooth and pleasant to the ear. It had a strange rhythm. Not only did Swiss Xiao Duo and the giants understand it, but it seemed that even the dense grass on the ground understood it. They actually shook neatly. Swiss Xiao Duo stared and saw a layer of dense grasshopper plants on the ground. The giants looked as if they had been pardoned and hurriedly stepped aside to make a path. Then, everyone exerted their strength. The green halos flickered one by one. The two vines on the armchair that Swiss Xiao Duo was sitting on grew all the way under it. They carried Swiss Xiao Duo and grew crazily. They actually grew for more than 2,000 meters and steadily carried the armchair that Swiss Xiao Duo was sitting on to the front of a flower bed. They actually forgot that Swiss Xiao Duo could walk on his own. They obediently grew Swiss Xiao Duo over. Swiss Xiao Duo looked around. The surrounding trees were shady, and the sky was completely covered. Below, there was a flower bed. The flowers in the flower bed were like satin, blooming brightly. It was extremely dazzling. Immediately after, the completely intact flower wall suddenly split into two without a sound in the field of flowers as far as the eye can see. There was an entrance. Swiss Xiao Duo looked around and saw that there was a flower room inside. It was a flower room made completely of flowers. A white-robed old man with white hair, white beard, and white eyebrows was looking at Swiss Xiao Duo with a smile. Young friend, you have come from afar. What a rare guest. Please come in and have a chat. The old man's voice was clear and elegant. It made people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Swiss Xiao Duo stood at the entrance of the flower bed. He frowned and said uncertainly, Spirit race? The old man smiled faintly and nodded. Yes, I am from the spirit race. In fact, I may be the only pure-blooded spirit race person in this world. He looked at Swiss Xiao Duo and said, If I am not wrong, although this is the continent of the Wu people, you are a human and not a Wu people. Yes, I am a human. Swiss Xiao Duo was very polite and said obediently, Senior, nice to meet you. After confirming the other party's identity, he immediately changed his attitude. Just by listening to the old man's words, he knew that this old man was an old monster who had lived for who knew how many years. His strength was absolutely terrifying. At the very least, he was at the level of a current giant. At the very least, with his current strength, he definitely could not deal with him. Not to mention that he had the entire forest behind him. How could he be a match for him with his weak arms and weak legs? Since he was not strong enough, he had to be obedient. Therefore, Swiss Xiao Duo's mouth was immediately smeared with honey. Senior's style is truly admirable. Good style, good manners. Just by looking at you, senior, I can already imagine how outstanding the spirit race was back in the day. It is a pity that this junior was born a few 100,000 years too late. It is a pity that I was not able to witness the spirit race's style. As he spoke, he walked quickly into the flower bed. After Zhuo Xiaoduo entered, the flowers on the left side of the entrance automatically closed and covered the entrance. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo found that the place he was in had changed its appearance. It was no longer a simple flower bed. At this moment, what came into view was a very ordinary-looking farmyard. There were 3 thatched cottages, a courtyard, mud walls, a small door, and even a small toilet. In the courtyard, there was a small tea table with a small teapot and 2 small teacups on it. Only the old man in white looked the same as before. He was making tea and entertaining guests. Opposite the old man, there was a small chair. "Honorable guest, please sit." The old man had a kind expression. His white eyebrows almost reached the corners of his mouth. They fluttered in the wind, looking extremely elegant. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled kindly and innocently. He sat across from the old man and said, "Senior, what is your name? You're really in a good mood, spending your days leisurely in this forest by yourself. This kind of carefreeness, this kind of self-cultivation, this kind of temperament. I admire you to the extreme." Chapter 10:21. He gave a thumbs up and said, "You're a wise man with great magnanimity. This is how it should be, how it should be. I'm really envious of you." The old man chuckled and said, "Since you're so envious, why don't you stay here with me and spend your days leisurely? Wouldn't that be great?" "Ah." Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded and shook his head like a rattledrum. No, I'm still young. How can I live such a life? Please don't make fun of me." The old man smiled faintly and said, "You're right. You're still very young." It was clearly a very common phrase, but this old man actually made it sound very meaningful and lingered in the air. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled but didn't say anything else. "Distinguished guest, please have some tea." The old man picked up the teapot and poured tea. There was a nostalgic look in his eyes as he said slowly, "Since I can remember things, you're the second person to come here." Zhuo Xiaoduo picked up the teacup and thanked him first, "Thank you very much. Good tea. I wonder who your first guest is." Cough, cough. "What tea is this?" The moment the tea entered his mouth, Zhuo Xiaoduo's face changed greatly. His eyes widened and were full of disbelief. The tea flowed down his throat, into his stomach, and then into his stomach. Zhuo Xiaoduo only felt that his whole body had fallen into a state of laziness. Then, the feeling spread from his meridians to his meridians. It was an indescribable comfort and smoothness. This was a completely unfamiliar energy. At least, Zhuo Xiaoduo had never seen it before. It wasn't spiritual power, mental strength, or vitality. It wasn't any of the known forms of energy, but it was an extremely special and beneficial energy. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo was so comfortable that he almost moaned. He tried his best to hold it back, but he could still clearly feel that his meridians were nourished by the warm energy of the tea. Even many peripheral nerves, which should have been worn out or slow due to cultivation, were all revitalized at this moment. Although this kind of energy was completely foreign and unknown, it was obviously filled with great benefits. Zhuo Xiaoduo licked his lips and smacked his lips. The way he looked at the teapot suddenly became heated. The old man smiled faintly and said, "These are just some small trinkets. Please accept them as a token of my respect. If you find them acceptable, why don't you take some with you when you leave?" "All right." Zhuo Xiaoduo agreed without hesitation, and did not hold back at all. "Such good things, even if you give me more, I won't complain about it. Only a hypocrite would pretend to be polite. I won't pretend to be hypocritical. If you give me something, I'll accept it. The old man pondered for a moment, then lowered his head and continued to make tea. A sad look gradually appeared on his face as he said, "Young friend, you must have come this time because of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong, right?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. His expression became more respectful as he said, "You even know about this. You are indeed an expert and knowledgeable senior." The old man shook his head gently. His face was full of indescribable melancholy as he said, "I knew it. This is what we agreed on back then. What we agreed on back then." This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo was even more shocked. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. This old man made an appointment with Zhu Wu Zhu Rong today. Is this possible? But if this old man was telling the truth, then how old was this old man in front of him? More than tens of thousands of years old. Maybe hundreds of thousands of years old, or even millions of years old. This old man's lifespan is too long. The old man smiled faintly. The melancholy on his face only appeared for a moment before it quickly disappeared. He poured another cup of tea for Zhuo Xiaoduo. His white eyebrows moved slightly as he said calmly, "Young friend, since you have received Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's inheritance and came here personally, you don't have to leave in a hurry. I wonder if you are interested in listening to a story while sipping your tea?" "Senior, this junior is all ears." Zhuo Xiaoduo responded even more obediently. He sat in an extremely well-behaved manner with his shoulders and back straight. In the face of this old monster. A super old monster who had the status and qualifications to make an appointment with Zhu Wu Zhu Rong and was still alive until now, the only things Zhuo Xiaoduo could do was to be as obedient as possible. He couldn't afford to offend this old man. This old man was very likely the first person in the 3 continents under the starry sky that he couldn't afford to offend, right? Previously, there was a person in charge of the Wu people who came to this place. He was also the first person I mentioned, and his name was Hong Miao. This person was able to come here by chance. He lost his way during his training and came here by chance. At that time, Hong Miao was only a young man, and his strength was only so. The old man said calmly, "He went deep into the forest and was chased by the masters of the demon clan and the demon clan. He was severely injured and panicked. He accidentally entered the heavenly spirit forest and was sent here by those big guys. Then, he received Zhu Wu's inheritance from me. He felt that the sword Dao was lacking in murderous aura, and it was difficult for it to be compatible with him. Thus, he collected the essence of the void from me and made 2 big hammers before he left. Since then, no one else has entered the heavenly spirit forest until now. Compared to you, Hong Miao was able to come here because of fate. He was driven into a corner not because of his ability, but because of his luck. But you, my young friend, belong to the restriction that was agreed upon long ago. After you received Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's inheritance, you were sent here." The old man smiled faintly and said, "Therefore, the 2 of you are very different." Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. Hong Miao. Who was Hong Miao? Logically speaking, someone who was able to obtain such a peerless heavenly fate and leave this old man's place with great gains should not be an ordinary person. He should be famous. However, no matter how hard Zhuo Xiaoduo searched through his memories, read any books, and heard of countless legends, he still couldn't find any trace of Hong Miao being related to him. The only reasonable guess was that the old man had mentioned 2 big hammers just now, so this Hong Miao should be famous for his big hammers. Could he be the invincible Great Flood Sorcerer? However, this was only Zhuo Xiaoduo's guess. There was no evidence to prove it. Naturally, he wouldn't say it out loud. He just pretended to casually pick up his teacup and drink his tea respectfully. He took advantage of the old man openly and continued to listen to the story. "It's been a long time, really a long time." The old man raised his head slightly, as if he was deep in thought and reminiscing. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly thought of something and blurted out. Hong Miao went deep into the forest and finally entered the heavenly spirit forest because he was chased by the masters of the demon clan and the demon clan. There are still demon clan and the demon clan in this forest? The old man's thoughts were interrupted by his words. He frowned and said, "Isn't this a very normal thing? You. Don't be impatient. I'll sort out what happened back then. It's really too long ago. It's a little blurry." As he spoke, he glanced at Zhuo Xiaoduo and said, "Be quiet. Don't interrupt." Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded obediently and sat upright. He picked up his teacup and drank his tea cutely with a serious face. That was 100,000. 20. No, how many years ago? It's really too blurry. The old man calculated and finally gave up. He said, "Days pass here. Sometimes, I sleep for a few years or even decades. I have little contact with the outside world. I really don't know how many years have passed. There's no time in the mountains, and time passes in the forest." His words were full of disappointment. Zhuo Xiaoduo secretly clicked his tongue and drank his tea obediently. He said, "That's not important. You have a long life. Time passes by. It's just a trivial matter." The old man nodded. "That's right. It's not important. It's really trivial. I remember that time. I suddenly gained spiritual intelligence. It was His Majesty's Spirit Emperor who casually enlightened me." The old man said, "I still remember that after His Majesty enlightened me, the first thing I heard when I gained spiritual intelligence was His Majesty's Spirit Emperor's faint surprise. He said, 'Hey, this grasshopper plant has such a strong fate. It's really unexpected.'" Gulp. Zhuo Xiaoduo almost spat out the mouthful of tea with great willpower. He forcefully swallowed it down, causing his stomach to churn for a while. He almost laughed out loud. Grasshopper plant? If I'm not wrong, it should be purslane. The original body of this kind old man in front of me is actually this? You really can't judge a book by its cover. The sea can't be measured with a pint pot. However, whether it's grasshopper plant or purslane, they should be the most common wild vegetables, right? Well, it's probably because he gained wisdom overnight, plus countless years of training and tempering. Isn't there a saying that standing in the wind, pigs can also fly? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked obedient on the surface, but his mind was filthy. I still remember that back then, it was a great war between the 9 races. They attacked each other, causing the world to lose its color and the sun and moon to dim. The old man said, full of memories, first, it was the dragons, phoenixes, Qilins, and 3,000 demon gods. They fought so hard that the world was worried and the living creatures were silent. Later on, the demon race took advantage of the situation and rose. The 2 demon emperors unified the demon court and called themselves the Heavenly Court. They stood above all the other races and looked down on their peers. Compared to the demon race, who was at the peak of their power, the other races were indeed slightly weaker, or more than one level. For example, the demon race rashly intervened in the Dragon Han calamity. Countless elites of their race died, but they were not angry that the demon race stood at the peak of the heavens. They fought with the demon race and were the most miserable. They were almost beaten to a pulp. Only the Dao race could contend with them. As for the others, even the Western race was defeated repeatedly and did not dare to invade the borders again. After that war, the spirit race retreated into the forest of 10,000 spirits and hid from the world. Then, the Wu people fought against the heavens with the earth and fought with the demon race for the lead of the world. They really fought until the world was shattered and the sun and moon withered. Then, for some reason, the demon race, the Western race, the spirit race, the soul race, the human race, and others were also involved. At the start of the war, this old man was only a small blade of grass that had just gained sentience. But one day, Just as the spirit race was about to enter the war, His Majesty, the Spirit Emperor, suddenly summoned me. At that time, His Majesty the Spirit Emperor was with Water Wizard Lord Gonggong and Earth Wizard Lord Hutu. Chapter 1022. Lord Spirit Emperor. Lord Zhu Wu Gonggong. Lord Zhu Wu Hutu. Zhuo Xiaoduo was filled with respect when he heard that. His mouth was dry, and he could not help but drink another large cup of water to suppress his shock. His back could not help but straighten. The old man's gaze was very distant as he slowly said, so it was these three supreme beings who worked together to calculate the calamity of this battle. It was a calamity of the world, a calamity of the earth. However, they were powerless to break the situation because even the three of them were trapped in the calamity and couldn't escape. Their own luck had already merged with the great calamity. At that time, the Demon Emperor's 10th prince was wreaking havoc in the world, causing suffering and suffering. The Wu people were already secretly plotting to eliminate him in one fell swoop. However, eliminating the 10th prince would definitely arouse the Demon Emperor's anger. Once the Demon Emperor was angry, the world would definitely be turned upside down. This battle would eventually turn into a catastrophe, causing the world to be reshuffled. In order to stop the source of this catastrophe, Lord Water's shaman had already quarreled with the Fire's shaman many times. But in the end, he could not stop it. The entire Wu people were united in fighting. War with the demon race was already imperative. The only difference was whether it was sooner or later. Water Shaman and Lord Zhu Wu Hutu pried into the secrets of the heavens. After paying a huge price, they obtained a premonition that once the war began, all living beings would be plunged into misery and suffering, all races would be wiped out, and the earth would suffer a calamity. However, the other Zhu Wu Hutu thought that his strength was invincible in the world. He thought that using this battle to overthrow the demon court and rule the world was inevitable. He did not listen to the two Zhu Wu Hutu and insisted on fighting. It was also at this time that Lord Water and Lord Water secretly came to find His Majesty Spirit Emperor and told him a method. They hoped that the grass spirit of the Spirit clan, which was aloof from worldly affairs, would be involved in the great calamity. They would use the spiritual being with the weakest cultivation and the least backlash from the heavenly Tao to stir up this world-destroying calamity, hoping that the heavenly Tao would be merciful and leave a chance of survival. His Majesty Spirit Emperor was silent for a long time before he finally agreed. However, he smiled and said, "Even so, the Spirit clan and the Wu people will definitely be punished by the heavens for interfering with the heavenly Tao and messing with the heavenly Tao. In the future, I'm afraid the two races will not be able to survive." However, the Water Wizard and the ancestor of Sorcery Hutu were very insistent. They said that as long as the human world survives and the world is not destroyed, living beings can reproduce, and all things can survive. What's wrong with you and me dying? The old man's eyebrows fluttered in the wind. His expression was one of frustration and apprehension, but most of it was one of excitement. These were the emotions that overflowed when he was reminiscing. Back then, as the weakest spiritual being in the world, it was actually able to meet the supreme emperor of its own race, as well as the almighty beings of other races. How could it not be nervous and excited? And then? Zhuo Xiaoduo was so engrossed in the story that he couldn't help but ask. After that, we worked together to formulate a plan. And then? The battle began. The old man sighed softly and said, "At the beginning of the battle, the god of war of the Wu people, Zhu Wu, the Great Yi, came out of the race. He used his body to manifest the will of the heavens, and his soul to incinerate the mysteries of the heavens. He stood above the clouds and stepped on the peak of Buzhou. He drew the bow of chaos and shot the heavenly arrows. He turned all his cultivation into 10 arrows, chasing the sun and setting the sun. Wherever the 10 arrows passed, they hit the target. The 10 princes of the demon clan were all shot down to the dust. The 10 arrows were mighty. They broke the demon's body, shattered the demon's soul, and destroyed the foundation. The 10 princes of the demon clan were all about to be killed on the spot. At the right time, the heavens and the earth were silent, and everything was silent. Suo Xiaoduo suddenly felt his blood boiling. He didn't dare to breathe and waited with bated breath. Wasn't this the legend of Yi shooting down the 9 suns? But according to the old man, the 10 arrows controlled the heavens and hit the target. Shouldn't the 10 suns be destroyed? How could there be one more day left? It was also at that time. When I was still a grass, I scattered all my spiritual energy in the vast heavens and earth. The land thousands of miles under Buzhou Mountain was full of my clones. Thousands of miles were boundless. There were wild grasses and grasshoppers everywhere. What's more, all the wild grasses and grasshoppers reversed their vitality and transported it to the extreme. They absorbed the power of the earth and bloomed toward the sky, deriving infinite vitality. With the infinite vitality as a screen, the last remnant souls of the 10 princes of the demon clan were able to shelter under my body. Even though Zhu Wu, the great Yi, used the demon god's eye to search, he couldn't find the remnant souls of the 10 princes. In the end, he took the bow and left, but he didn't complete the task. The 10 princes of the demon clan survived because of this. But also because of this, the war of witches and demons broke out. The great tribulation of heaven and earth began, but it was no longer a calamity of destruction. There was a hint of vitality hidden in it. The old man's face was full of reminiscence. Before this, the 2 lords of water and earth promised me that I would live forever in the heavens and earth, and nothing would hurt me. I would be born when there was soil, and I would live when there was water. After that, the Demon King also promised me that as long as the heat didn't extinguish, the yang fire wouldn't hurt me. He would benefit the world and benefit the people. At this point, the old man breathed a sigh of relief and fell into a trance. Suo Xiaoduo couldn't help but think of the legend of porcelain among the people. This magical wild herb was so weak that it would break with a touch. Its roots were not developed, and its leaves and stems were like a bag of water. It could be said to be extremely weak. However, such a weak porcelain would not die no matter how hot the summer was. Even if it was pulled up by the roots and hung on a rope for a few days under the sun until it was like charcoal, as long as it was thrown on the ground and saw the soil, it would come back to life in a day or 2 and regain its green color. If it was nourished by rain, it could spread out a large area in a few days. Even if it was hung on a rope, as long as there was enough dust floating over, it could still survive if its roots were touched by it. It was really magical. It was said that during the famine years, this kind of wild herb was not poisonous and even had a lot of nutrients. It was enough to be eaten to alleviate hunger. No one knew how many lives it had saved. If it wasn't for the fact that it didn't taste good, it would have become a common dish on the table. Could it be that the real reason was the blessing given by the top leaders of the witches and demons? In the legend, the catastrophe of witches and demons was first triggered by that battle. The Demon King knew that the Wu people blocked the heavenly secret and shot the princes, so he was furious. He launched the demon court to attack the Wu people. The war started. As for the sorcerer tribe, they were well prepared. A long and drawn-out great war of heaven and earth began. At first, the 2 sides were evenly matched. They fought fiercely until His Majesty Dong Huang suddenly entered the battle with a strange army. He killed Zhu Wu and De Yi, causing the Wu people's 12 citadel heaven formation to be incomplete. The Wu people fell into a disadvantage, and the scales of victory began to tilt. Then, the princes of the spirits and demons were killed by a tyrannical force when they passed by a certain battlefield. The mastermind was vaguely pointed to the top leaders of the demon race. The Princess Royal of the Spirits and the 3rd disciple of the Western Spirits, Golden Cicada, also died, causing the situation to become even more out of control. This led to a series of investigations, but for some reason, it turned into a war between the 9 races. A long and drawn-out war. In that war, Not only did the most powerful Wu people and the demon race suffer great losses, the other races were almost completely wiped out. Our spirit race was no exception. His Majesty, the Spirit Emperor, was seriously injured by the Demon Empress. It is said that the top figures of each race, and many powerful figures, also fell in that war. In the end, all the races suffered great losses. They no longer had the power to reform the world. They could only retreat with hatred and recuperate. However, at that time, another unforeseen event occurred. In the end, the 6 races were separated from the continent and drifted in the stars. The old man sighed softly. This is what happened in the past. Suo Xiaoduo sensed that something was wrong. 6 races? Aren't there 8 clans? Because at that time, there were still 2 clans left. However, after an unknown number of years, just like the previous 6 clans, they split up and evolved into the 8 clans outside. However, after the Great War of the Shamans and Demons, only 6 clans left, or rather, were expelled. The old man smiled bitterly and said, "This is what I experienced. How can it be false?" Suo Xiaoduo suddenly felt dizzy. But it was because of this unforeseen event that I gained an extremely powerful fate. This is called the merit of saving the world. At that time, I didn't know the reason. After all, no matter how powerful the fate was, it was nothing to the weeds. But one day, Zhu Wu Zhurong suddenly came to find me. He pulled me out of the ground and brought me to Mount Buzhou. Suo Xiaoduo coughed. He felt that Zhu Wu Zhurong was really something. I came to find you, pulled you out of the ground, and left. If that's the case, you're lying in the ground while I'm standing? How can that be? On Mount Buzhou, Lord Zhurong used my soul as a guide to predict the future. After a while, he laughed and said, "I guessed right. This bunch of weeds of yours really has a great fate. In the future, it will spread to the whole world. It's really a powerful fate that can reach both the past and the present. Since that's the case, I need your help." The old man smiled bitterly and said, "At that time, I was held in the palm of Lord Zhurong's hand and exposed to the sun for 7 days and 7 nights. When I was dazed from the sun, he gave me something wrapped in true fire. And said, if I throw someone over, he'll be my successor. You have to give this to him. If there's no one, you have to swallow it yourself. Consider it my compensation for using your fate." Cough, cough, cough. Suo Xiaoduo coughed. He was really stunned by Zhu Wu Zhurong's actions. Even if he was just listening, he was still dumbfounded. He even felt a little cramped. You almost dried a bunch of weeds under the sun, and then threw a ball of fire onto it. And then you asked them to preserve this ball of fire for you? Let a bunch of withered weeds preserve a ball of true fire. Cough, cough. This action made Suo Xiaoduo's balls cramp. Even after it was preserved for a certain period of time and no one came to take it, this ball of fire will be used as compensation? How can a bunch of weeds swallow a ball of fire? This action is truly well understood. There's no one else in history who can do this. But the most ridiculous thing is that this bunch of weeds actually managed to preserve it until now. They're all talents. Suo Xiaoduo sighed. He prostrated himself in admiration. Chapter 1023. It had been kept until now. Didn't that mean that it was going to be handed over to him? Wait, if he didn't see it, the old man could swallow the genuine fire as compensation. Now that he had seen it, the genuine fire and its contents would be handed over to him. But didn't that mean that he would have to pay for it? Suo Xiaoduo was indeed worthy of his reputation. His focus was always different from most people. When it came to the exchange of wealth, he would be particularly attentive. After all, he was a genuine Pishio, the kind that could only get in and not get out. The old man smiled bitterly. Master Zhu Rong really thinks highly of me. After all, I'm just a blade of grass. No matter how high my cultivation is, I'm still just a blade of grass. How could I swallow his genuine fire? How could he say that if no one came to find me, I would swallow it myself? I can only keep waiting for a very long time. Master Zhu Rong said that if no one came to find me and I couldn't swallow the fire, I would let the fire swallow me. The old man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't bear to look back. Ahem. Zhou Xiaoduo also felt as if 10,000 divine beasts had just galloped through a public toilet after a rainstorm. Zhu Wu Zhu Rong was really a genius. The old man sighed even more. It's not over yet. When it was finally over, Lord Zhu Rong threw me to the ground and left. We were in Mount Buzhou just now. How could I absorb the abundant power of the earth at will? It was a pity that I struggled for a long time and finally found some ordinary soil. After recovering my mobility, I used my soul power to wrap Lord Zhu Rong's true fire of inheritance. Later, as my cultivation improved day by day, I could finally try to use the power of Mount Buzhou and reproduce bit by bit at the foot of the mountain. However, when I returned to the flat ground, I didn't know how many years had passed. At that time, the battle of the liches and demons was coming to an end. I used the earth energy of Mount Buzhou and worked hard to improve myself. Finally, I was able to derive a little bit of genuine spirit energy and made contact with His Majesty Spirit Emperor. But His Majesty Spirit Emperor was already seriously injured at that time. He felt that the catastrophe between heaven and earth was coming to an end, and that there were more masters above the heavenly Tao coming. In the end, His Majesty Spirit Emperor told me that this time, the Spirit Clan was really going to leave this world. After that, in the vast starry sky, no one knew if they could return after thousands of years. But on this continent, there was still one last Spirit Clan descendant. At that time, I was still confused. I didn't realize that the last Spirit Clan descendant that His Majesty Spirit Emperor was talking about was actually me. Spirit Emperor His Majesty said, "My child, you have saved the lives of hundreds of millions of people in this world, and you have done a lot of good deeds. You also have the favor of the Spirit Emperor, the blessings of the two ancestor Magi, and now, you have the trust of Zhu Rong ancestor Magi. Therefore, you can't leave. At that time, I'll leave this forest for you alone. You can wait there for your destined one. If you leave with us, it's because the heavenly Tao didn't mean it. If you don't leave, it's because there's a mission for you to wait. Then, you can wait." Then, His Majesty Spirit Emperor left a few words for me and left. Now, I still remember them clearly. They were: "Don't leave, give birth to this world, and let the flowers of all worlds bloom." Zhou Xiaoduo pondered over these words. He felt a little enlightened. But when he thought about it carefully, he didn't seem to understand anything. Since then, I've been here, constantly using the wind to spread my descendants. Until now, even I don't know how many descendants I have out there. Every year, I spread out billions of seeds. I just hope to achieve what His Majesty Spirit Emperor said, let the flowers of all worlds bloom. The old man sighed softly. Zhou Xiaoduo felt a surge of emotion in his chest. He couldn't help but say, "You've already done it. Your descendants have already spread across the 3 continents. Inside and outside the 7 seas, in the mountains and deserts. Under the heavens, wherever the sun shines, your descendants will be there. Even when the world was turned upside down, and the world was in great calamity, and people were in misery and suffering, your descendants not only lived for a long time, but also saved countless lives. It's far from enough to say that your descendants are in the hundreds of millions. Since ancient times, you've saved trillions of lives. You've benefited the world and helped the people. You've fully deserved it. You've also achieved the let the flowers of all worlds bloom. Sua Xiaoduo said with admiration, your life's great wish has already been achieved. Now, many places in the outside world are flourishing. There's more and more food, and people don't have to eat porcelain anymore. But, your legend is still circulating among the people. The old man's eyes were filled with gratification. He said softly, so, I'm called porcelain in the outside world? I didn't know until now that I've always known that I was called grasshopper. Sua Xiaoduo took a deep breath. Although you and your descendants were not the only ones who saved the people during the famine, no one can take away your achievements and your good deeds. Sorry for the disrespect, big brother. Sua Xiaoduo bowed respectfully. It was only at this moment that this bow came from the bottom of his heart. Facing such an old man who had contributed to the people of the continent all his life, no one could not be respectful. Not even an inch. Never leave. Give birth to a lifetime. Let the flowers of all worlds bloom. Sua Xiaoduo's heart was in turmoil. It was indescribable. It's my duty, it's my duty. The old man smiled kindly. This is my mission. I'm only afraid that I haven't done enough. How can I thank you? You've done enough. I believe that the people of the continent will remember you and thank you. Sua Xiaoduo said seriously, I think that with what you've done, you should become a sage. You should become a sage. These 5 words made the old man's heart palpitate with fear. He trembled and his eyes widened. At this moment, the sound of thunder suddenly appeared in the 9 heavens. The rumbling sound of thunder rumbled in the clouds above the 9 heavens as if they were queuing up for a journey. It rumbled and rolled across the sky until a very long time later before it slowly disappeared. The human world was once again filled with sunset. Colorful clouds covered the sky. On the shore of the West Sea. Suddenly, a huge wave rose up. A huge toad, almost as big as the 1,000 village, rose up from the sea. Its body was surrounded by huge silver waves, and it soared into the sky. The entire West Sea was also surging with waves, clamoring and surging. The giant toad somersaulted in the air and transformed into a red-robed Taoist with a transcendent air. A bright and dazzling red cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, surging and churning. The Taoist in red looked disappointed and angry. He looked at the sky and tried to control his emotions. He asked softly, in my previous life, I didn't have a stable footing. I didn't do things secretly. I revealed the secrets of heaven and offended others. Karma went round and round. In the end, I died. In this life, I've never harmed the lives of ants, I've never dared to speak a single word, and I've never suffered the slightest bit of evil karma. Finally, I have hope of attaining the Tao. But this time, who was it that stole my destiny and stole my Tao fruit? Why don't I have a chance in this life? Why? After 10 million years of cultivation, I died. After another 10 million years of cultivation, someone stole it. Why is that? Why is that? The heavenly Tao is unfair. The red-robed Taoist looked at the sky and asked softly. In the sky, the thunder was still faintly discernible. It seemed to be an answer, but it didn't seem to be. The red-robed Taoist waited for a long time. The thunder in the sky was already far away, but he still stood there in a daze and didn't move for a long time. His face was full of confusion. He kept muttering to himself, why? Why? Who can give me a reason? But he didn't get an answer. In the distance, the wind and clouds rose. The West Sea Great Shaman came over as fast as lightning. Senior Chan Sheng. The West Sea Great Shaman cupped his fists and bowed. Why are you in the mood to come out today? The West Sea Great Witch said this out of politeness. He didn't expect Chan Sheng to answer anything. Since Chan Sheng appeared in the West Sea, he hadn't said a word. He hadn't opened his mouth at all. Even if he took the initiative to show up this time, he still didn't change his original intention. Maybe it was just to say hello, and then Lord Chansheng went back to cultivate in seclusion. Sometimes, the West Sea Great Shaman didn't understand. You just cultivated silently like this, but never went out. Even if you cultivated to be invincible in the world and supreme in the region. What's the use? But he wasn't Chansheng. Naturally, he didn't understand the original intention of cultivation, and he didn't dare to ask in detail. Because the West Sea Great Shaman knew that Chansheng's cultivation was very high. He could be said to be an extremely terrible existence in this world. He was definitely not a match for him. Moreover, it was still unknown whether or not the Flood Boss was a match for this Toad Saint. The West Sea Great Shaman was already very satisfied that Chansheng was stable and didn't stir up trouble in his territory. How could he rashly make trouble? Hearing the West Sea Great Shaman's question, Chansheng slowly turned his head and said lightly, "Tell me, why can't I become a saint?" The West Sea Great Shaman was shocked when he heard this. He really didn't expect Chansheng to open his mouth. And the moment he opened his mouth, he asked such a high-end question. Why can't you become a saint? For me, this problem is simply too far away. I'm still working hard to break through to the level of sage to be. Well, strictly speaking, according to the ancient times, I'm now working hard to break through to the peak of zenith heaven. You actually asked me why can't I become a saint. If I could answer this question, wouldn't I also? The West Sea Great Shaman actually felt a little inferior because of this question. I'm a little tired. I beg for monthly votes. I'm going home to eat. Chapter 1024. The West Sea Shaman's thoughts were very complicated. Obviously, he was confused by this sudden question and even felt inferior. Damn it, did all the powerful people talk like this? He even felt a little autistic. He felt that his self-esteem had been seriously hurt. Well, I'm inexperienced. I really can't answer, the West Sea Shaman said hesitantly. Inexperienced? How long had it been since he used this word to describe himself? The red-robed Taoist Chansheng was silent for a long time before he said, I heard that the Flood Witch of the Wu people has inherited the legacy of Gong Gong, and she has dabbled in the legacy of Zhu Rong. She is recognized as invincible in this world, right? The West Sea Shaman said proudly, Senior, what you said is true. I, the Flood Boss, am indeed invincible in this world. Puff. Chansheng exhaled a breath of air from his nostrils. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the meaning of, if the tiger doesn't show its head, the monkey will be king, was obvious. A strong sense of disdain and sarcasm suddenly filled the air. When the West Sea Shaman heard this puff, he immediately felt insulted. In an instant, his face and neck turned red, and the unique temper of the Wu people suddenly rushed up. He stared at Fang Qi and asked, Senior, what do you mean? When his temper rose, he didn't care whether he was a saint or not. Even if he exploded, he would splash his blood all over. How dare you insult my boss? Damn it! Chansheng's face changed, and he became extremely regretful. Then, he raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. This slap was extremely heavy. He said angrily, in your previous life, you offended people because of your words, and you were infected with inexplicable karma, which led to your death. In this life, you still don't know how to repent. With your temperament, you deserve to be unable to become a saint and lose your Tao. Seeing this, the West Sea Shaman was stunned and didn't know how to react for a long time. What was going on? At this moment, suddenly, another figure floated out of Chansheng's body. His face was full of shame as he said, I was wrong. Chansheng's face was filled with anger and regret, while the other Chansheng's face was filled with regret and shame. The West Sea Grand Magus groaned in his stomach. He only felt that his anger was suddenly stuck in his throat, unable to be released. I understand now. No wonder this Chansheng never spoke to anyone his whole life. It turned out that he had another companion. From the looks of it, he was actually able to chat with his clone every day with relish. The West Sea Great Witch's mind was filled with thoughts. He didn't know if this Chan Sheng would summon a few doppelgangers to play a game or something when he was lonely. For example, the Astral Souls invented a very fun game called Do Diju, Level Up, Mahjong, and so on. Why would they be so happy when they bet against themselves? I misspoke. The previous Chan Sheng said to the West Sea Great Witch, "Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. I don't dare, I don't dare. Senior is too polite." The West Sea Great Witch's anger also disappeared. As a senior, he had already apologized in person. What else do you want? If you continue to be pretentious, you don't want face. At this time, the other Chan Sheng also said, "It's my fault." My Tao heart was biased for a moment. It's all my fault. Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. Did he have to apologize to each person once? The West Sea Great Witch replied again, "I don't dare. Senior is too polite." But later, the Chan Sheng said, "However, I don't know if your Flood Witch is so invincible in the world. I wonder how her combat power is compared to the 12 Zhu Wu of the Wu people." The West Sea Great Witch was stunned and said, "She is far inferior." This was the truth. Although the Flood Witch was powerful, she was still far behind the 12 Zhu Wu. Although the West Sea Great Witch was a little angry, he had to tell the truth. The Chan Sheng said again, "Compared to Dong Huang, Tai Yi, Demon Emperor Di Jun, how are these people?" "Not as good." The West Sea Great Witch answered honestly. But the anger in his heart was surging. What did he mean? "Compared to Yuanshi, how is Tong Tian?" The Chan Sheng asked again. "Still not as good." The West Sea Great Witch was a little angry. "Qi." The Chan Sheng's nostrils flared again. The meaning was very clear. How dare he claim to be the best in the world when he couldn't beat this and that? The Chan Sheng's face suddenly changed and he said angrily, "You." In the end, this Toad Saint's face was filled with shame. He slapped his own mouth and said, "I was wrong. I didn't change my nature. My Tao heart is biased. I will go in right now." After that, his body floated and merged with the original Chan Sheng again, never to come out again. The Chan Sheng sighed deeply and said, "Fellow Taoist, sorry to offend you." The West Sea Great Witch was about to get angry, but the guy was gone. He could only say bitterly, "It's okay." For a moment, he felt a little out of his mind. There was a feeling of drawing out a knife in anger, but there was nothing in front of him. He had nowhere to use his strength. "Fellow Taoist, please tell me where your boss Flood is now?" The Chan Sheng asked. "Well, my boss Flood is now in seclusion. I'm afraid it's difficult to receive you." The West Sea Great Witch's face changed. "Well, I know. I'll find another opportunity myself." The Chan Sheng sighed softly and said, "Goodbye. I'm indebted to the West Sea for taking care of me for many years. In the future, I'll have an explanation." "Sir, where are you going?" The West Sea Great Witch was shocked. "The opportunity has passed. It's meaningless to stay here. There are 3,000 great Taos. Although they are all rugged and difficult to traverse, there will always be other paths ahead." The red-robed Taoist said softly, "The mountains and rivers are so big. I want to take a look." Then, he said softly, "Goodbye." His body did not move, but a white cloud rose from under his feet. It leisurely carried his body and soared into the sky, galloping into the distance. The West Sea Great Witch watched the Chan Sheng leave and could not help but frown. This existence had been silently cultivating here for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, for some unknown reason, he had actually left just like that on a whim. The West Sea Great Witch was furious. However, what this fellow said was really right. It was fine if he did not open his mouth, but once he opened his mouth, it was really infuriating. If he spoke like that normally, it would be better if he did not open his mouth. Because no matter how many lives he had, he would be beaten to death sooner or later. How could he be so infuriating? Although my boss Flood is the leader of the great witches, he is still just a great witch. How dare he ask me if I can compare with Zhu Wu? This is bullshit. If we were at that level, we would not be called great witches, okay? How dare he ask us to compare with Demon Emperor, Dong Huang, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian? Is there a need to ask? Is there a need to ask? At the end of the sentence, the sound made me so angry that I almost self-destructed. Damn it! What a bastard! He picked up the phone and dialed, "This is the West Sea." Well, tell Boss Flood that there is a hateful red-robed Taoist. He is Chan Sheng from the West Sea. He will probably go to discuss Tao with him. Tell Boss to be careful. This fellow's cultivation is ridiculously high, and his mouth is also extremely annoying. Tell Boss to be careful and deal with him carefully. If he can't deal with him, summon our brothers to go over and kill him together. Call me first. Well, okay. Then, the West Sea Great Witch turned around and left. Is Hai Hunshan back? Did he find him? On the other side. In the dense forest. In the straw hut. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the old man sat opposite each other. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly harmonious. Zhuo Xiaoduo kept calling the old man senior, and even poured tea for him. He was very attentive. However, in the time it took for the old man to drink 1 cup, he had to drink at least 3 or 4 cups. Until now, he had drunk so much that his stomach was slightly bloated. But he still kept drinking. This water was really good stuff. He did not know when he would be able to drink it again. He must not waste it. Now that he could drink more, he had to drink as much as he could. What's your name? The old man asked kindly. My name is Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo showed a harmless smile. This name. Ha! The old man smiled. It's full of childish charm. Ahem. Yes, yes. Senior, I wonder if it's convenient for you to give me your name? Zhuo Xiaoduo finally asked. The old man's face showed a grateful expression. Back then, His Majesty the Spirit Emperor gave me a name. I'm called Wanqingsheng. Wanqingsheng. Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but praise, Wanqingsheng, this name is really good. Buddha is born in all homes. All people are born because of this. I don't dare to be called Buddha. The old man hurriedly waved his hand and refused, saying, the title of Buddha is an honorific of the Western clan. I'm from the Spirit clan. I don't dare to be called Buddha. Elder Wan, you just said that there are still demon clans and devil clans in this heavenly spirit forest? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. Yes. Wanqingsheng said, this is the territory of the Spirit clan. If you walk further out, it's the territory of the demon clan. And then, in the opposite direction, it's the territory of the devil clan. Back then, when the boundless mighty force split the Yuanzhu mainland, because this old man was protected by the heavenly way's luck, the karma of living beings was entangled. It can be said that the heavens borrowed the power to preserve this forest. This place is a place shared by all living beings, not just one clan or one bloodline. A long time ago, this forest was called the Demon Spirit Forest or the Demon Spirit Forest, not the Heavenly Spirit Forest. It was not until the continent split that it changed its name to the Heavenly Spirit Forest. Both the demon race and the demon race live in this forest. However, the ancestors of the two races probably knew that it was the heavenly Tao that allowed this forest to be preserved in the first place. Therefore, they would not come here for no reason. The three directions, well water and river water, do not interfere with each other. Ahem, not really. The demon race and the demon race still frequently fight, but they coexist peacefully with us and rarely invade each other. But if you go out, no matter which direction you go, there will be a place that you have to pass. Wansheng Sheng looked at Sui Xiaoduo with some worry. You have to be careful. Chapter 1025. Danger? That's not a problem. Sui Xiaoduo did not take it to heart at all. For him, it was much better to make his position clear as to whether he was a friend or a foe, than to not be able to distinguish between friends and foes in the heavenly spirit forest. Not to mention that he was too embarrassed to make a move. Sui Xiaoduo was now bursting with confidence. He felt that even if he was not invincible, he would be hard-pressed to find a worthy opponent. I can also use the sky-shaking gong and the sky thunder mirror. I have 2 treasures of the No Alliance in my hands. Who else? Who else dares to make trouble? I still have the Huang sword. After this incident, it has recovered a lot of energy. I also have Xiao. After this incident, she has improved greatly and can be a very strong helper. Who else dares to make trouble? I still have the sword, the hidden weapon, the starry sky everlasting stone, the 9-9 cat hammer, and the reactivated space of the Tower of Annihilation. Who else? Who else dares to make trouble? Why should I be afraid of the demon clan? Why should I be afraid of the demon clan? As long as they are not big demons, why should I be afraid of small demons? I will kill them with a hammer and take their inner elixir. The more the better. I will not refuse anyone. I am the Zhongzhen No Alliance. Even 3 million soldiers could not catch me. Little friend, based on the way you came here, you must have obtained the inheritance of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong. It seems that the promise from that day can finally be fulfilled. Wan Minsheng looked at Sui Xiaoduo again. After a while, he said in a low voice, looking at your cultivation, although you belong to the branch of heavenly fire Qi Yang, with the combination of yin and yang and the protection of soft water, your bones do not belong to the branch of real fire of Zhu Rong. Your body is much weaker. This is a little strange and puzzling. He sized Sui Xiaoduo up and said with a frown, moreover, your current cultivation is only at the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage. You're about to enter the soul formation stage and return to the void stage. Although your advancement isn't slow based on your age, it's really difficult to say that it has anything to do with the inheritance of the Zhurong Grand Shaman. The reason for this is like a mess that can't be solved. Senior, you have a great eye. You can see the big picture with one glance. Everything you see is right. You are really good. Upon hearing this, Sui Xiaoduo became more and more respectful. This Wansheng Sheng was truly extraordinary. It was not surprising for him to be able to see through Sui Xiaoduo's cultivation with just a glance. But to be able to see through his cultivation method, the level of his cultivation method, and even the source of his cultivation method so clearly, this was the first time Sui Xiaoduo had met someone with such eyesight. At a glance, it was so clear that one could see the bottom, and from a small detail, one could see the whole picture. What kind of cultivation and vision did he need to have? Well, without experience, this old man should be the most inexperienced cultivator in the world. However, the more this was the case, the more it proved that this old man was a great cultivator, a super great cultivator. Wan Minsheng smiled faintly and said, little friend, have you forgotten that one of my missions in life is to wait for the arrival of the successor of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong? Even if I am honest. The primordial fire of Zhu Rong raged in my body for hundreds of years before I finally took it out and settled it down. How can I not have a deep impression of it? In terms of understanding of the primordial fire of Zhu Rong, even if Zhu Wu Zhu Rong came back to life, he might not be able to understand it better than me. Sui Xiaoduo smiled bitterly, but even so, in the entire world, up until now, I've only met Senior who can see it so clearly. Wan Minsheng smiled more and more indifferently. After all, This kind of thing was too common for him. It was not enough to reach the apex. Even if he was praised, he would feel that the other party was too ignorant. Was such a small thing worth flattering? What he was concerned about was another situation. Little friend, you came to this place and inherited the heavenly beam of light. Naturally, it is Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's method. This is not enough to reach the apex, but it is reasonable. What makes me surprised, or rather interested, is that you clearly do not have any traces of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's inheritance in your body. You are also not of the Wu people's bloodline. You are a pure-blooded human. Wan Minxing said, this is the main reason why I am having second thoughts. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. What did he mean? Could it be that he was not going to pass the inheritance to me? Did he want to take it for himself? Well, what did this old man say just now? Even if Zhu Wu Zhu Rong came back to life, he might not be able to understand the primordial fire of Zhu Rong better than him. Could it be that he wanted to replace him and become another fire god, the sovereign of all flames and flames? It couldn't be. But I really did receive Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's inheritance. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a little wronged. Of course, before I was thrown here, I really didn't know where I was going. This old man believes in that. Wan Minxing had a benevolent expression. I am not doubting you, but you really have nothing to do with Zhu Wu Zhu Rong. I have a space ring here, which was given to me by Zhu Rong, ancestor of sorcery in the inheritance palace. Can this prove it? Zhuo Xiaoduo took out the space ring of Zhu Rong, ancestor of sorcery. The space ring does not prove anything. The so-called Zhu Wu's inheritance is only what you said. It is not enough to prove it. Wan Minxing was very insistent. What I want to see is the Zhu Rong primordial fire. He sighed and said, let me say something to you. The primordial fire given to me by Zhu Wu Zhu Rong is right here. There is no harm in giving it to you. But you must know that if you don't cultivate the Zhu Rong primordial fire, whether you can take it away is secondary. Once you come into contact with the primordial fire, you will inevitably burn yourself. You must not think that you can take in the primordial fire of Zhu Rong just because you cultivate a fire-type cultivation method. The primordial fire of Zhu Rong is the essence of all flames and flames. Even the demon emperor's grandson primordial fire is inferior in purity. I am not making things difficult for you, and I am not exaggerating. It is the truth. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. Then what should I do? Wan Minxing did not answer. This was not a question that he should be thinking about. If Zhuo Xiaoduo could not deal with it on his own, then they were not fated. He could only give him a few reminders. It was impossible for him to give more advice. Then I can stay here for a few days, right? In these few days, I will cultivate the cultivation method that Zhu Wu Zhu Rong passed on to me. I have successfully cultivated the Zhu Rong primordial fire. This does not violate the agreement between you and Zhu Wu, does it? Zhuo Xiaoduo did not give up and asked. Ha, of course, you can. Wan Minxing smiled meaningfully and said, however, Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's cultivation method is not that easy to learn. My young friend, you have to be careful. You must not be rash. Once the primordial fire backfires, even I will not be able to save you. These words were said in an extremely polite and tactful manner. However, the hidden meaning in his words was that he was not optimistic about Zhuo Xiaoduo's ability to cultivate the Zhu Rong primordial fire. Who was Zhu Wu Zhu Rong? He was the universally recognized god of fire, the leader of all flames and flames. He was an invincible expert in the world, except for a very few people. His cultivation method naturally had its own uniqueness. How could it be something that just anyone could cultivate? You want to cultivate to the point where you can even fuse the essence of the Zhu Rong primordial fire that originated from Zhu Rong after staying here for a few days? I just don't know if this young man is the only one in this world who is so thick-skinned, or if everyone in the world is like this. There is no need to be humble and self-confident. Ha ha ha, that I will wait and see. Anyway, when I accepted your request, I have my own mission and corresponding restrictions. If you do not meet the requirements, I will not give it to you. Senior, where do you think I should stay? Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes flashed with a sneaky look. Although the Tower of Annihilation had been reactivated, he would not use it if he could. It was never a bad thing to keep a trump card. Just here. Wan Minsheng smiled and waved his hand. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that the courtyard had suddenly more than doubled in size. In an open space, 4 vines suddenly grew rapidly. In an instant, lush greenery covered the courtyard and green light flashed intermittently. The vines grew rapidly and slowly thickened. Then, they constructed and grew on their own into a greenhouse. The 4 walls and the roof quietly took shape. Then, in the house, not only did the tender green leaves grow into a bed, there were also tables and chairs. Everything was complete. At the door. Well, a door decorated with many fresh flowers opened with a push and closed with ease. It was seamless. This is really a wonder of nature. It's amazing. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. With just a few vines, he could actually get whatever he wanted. It was simply too miraculous. It's just a few rui vines. Wan Minsheng did not care. If you like it, I will give you some seeds of the rui vines when you leave. Thank you, thank you. I like it so much. I dare not refuse an elder's gift. Thank you, thank you. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so happy that he could not close his mouth. This thing could be said to be the best choice for a family trip. You should rest. The old man smiled faintly. Then, he looked outside and said, I have guests. Guests? Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little dazed when he heard this. You're alone in this endless forest, surrounded by giants. Where did the guests come from? Could it be that those giants came to visit you? Although he was curious, Zhuo Xiaoduo knew the principle of speaking too deeply with a new friend. He automatically walked into the vine room and looked outside through the window. The rui vines really did as he wished. They grew vines on the window, leaving only a small gap for him to see outside. However, if one looked in from outside, they would not be able to see him at all. Then, he heard a very strange voice from outside. Is Elder Wan here? Little Peng is here to visit Elder Wan. The voice was unusually sharp, as if it was squeezed out from the throat. What made Zhuo Xiaoduo more concerned was that the voice contained a hint of demonic aura. Then, another voice sounded. Elder Wan, Little Devil 19 is here to visit. Chapter 1026. Wan Minsheng said warmly, Come in. Following his voice, the wall of vines and flowers outside automatically parted to form a door, and the 2 of them entered. Well, let's say there were 2 people. One of the guys was about 3 meters tall. He was wearing a pair of jeans from who knows where. There was a hole in the jeans and it looked a little damp. He wore a well-ironed suit, paired with a snow-white shirt tucked into his belt, and a bright red tie. He didn't look very elegant. Instead, he looked a little out of place and was a little silly. However, the most eye-catching thing about this person was that behind his 2 arms, there were 2 extremely large wings. Just like that, it walked in, dragging its 2 wings on the ground, just like a rooster that had just lost a battle. But this person held his head high and his chest out. He didn't look like he lost a battle at all. Looking at its face, it had a pointy oval head with black hair all over its face. It had a pair of sinister and unruly eyes, a hooked nose, and a mouth that was as sharp as a woodpecker's. It also had 2 furry ears on each side of its head. His head was like an owl, his wings were like a big eagle, and his legs. Well, he could be considered a human. He almost forgot to mention that this guy was actually wearing a pair of shiny leather shoes. They were definitely specially made for him. Because the leather shoes were like two small boats. No matter if it was a human or Wu people, they wouldn't have such big feet. As for the other one, he was completely black from head to toe. He didn't have any clothes on his body, only a body of black fur. However, it already covered everything, leaving behind a pure color. There was a curved horn on its head, and it actually had 5 eyes. When it blinked, the 5 eyes flashed continuously, like 5 searchlights sweeping back and forth. At this moment, this person's 5 eyes were blinking as they looked at the clothes of the guy with the wings next to him. There was actually some envy in his expression. It seemed that the other party's clothes were very high-end and classy. "I don't have anything," I'm ashamed that he had a sense of inferiority like a pauper meeting a millionaire, but he still tried his best to put on a self-esteem of, "I'm proud of being poor, I'm proud of being poor, you're rich, but I won't eat a single grain of rice from your family." Under such gazes, the man in a suit with wings became even more arrogant, complacent, and high-spirited. "Forehead Rock, are you in charge of the demon race this year?" The old man, Wan Minsheng, sat down leisurely and asked the man in the suit. "Yes, yes. Elder Wan, I have a name now, Rock Forehead. I'm not called Forehead Rock anymore." Rock Forehead smiled flatteringly, but he still couldn't help showing off his new name. He glanced at Mo Shirjo, who was standing beside him. "Country bumpkin, do you have a name?" "Demon?" "Mo Shirjo. Just your name." "Hee hee, you really make me, Rock Forehead Rock." Inside, Zhou Xiaoduo almost laughed out loud. "Forehead Rock. It's not as good as Forehead Rock. What's more, what's the difference?" "Alright, Rock Forehead." Wan Minsheng's temper was very good. Zhou Xiaoduo had verified this. He actually praised him. "Rock Forehead, your name is very good." Then, he looked him up and down and said, "Your outfit is also very good." Rock Forehead became more and more complacent. He tidied his suit, straightened his clothes, and straightened his tie. His face was full of pride as he said, "The other day, I went to the Wu people's city and heard them say that this is the most popular thing now. So, I bought a few hundred sets of each. I was supposed to have a hat, but my head is too pointy, so I can't wear it." As he spoke, he took out a hat from his ring and put it on his head. It was actually a white hat on its pointy head. It looked like a bony mushroom with a drooping lid. He sighed and put it down again. "Unless I change my head. But if I change it, no one in the demon spirit forest will recognize me. A group of children will think of me as a fat sheep and want to eat it. Damn it." Mo Shirjo, who was standing at the side, was not happy and said, "Rock Sierre, I'm very envious that you have a new name. You can go to a human city and dress up so beautifully. I'm also very envious. Your clothes are indeed very cool. I'm also very envious. But there is one thing you need to understand. This is the demon spirit forest, not the demon spirit forest." Rock Forehead turned his head. His eyes suddenly became fierce. "What qualifications do you demons have to put the word demon in front of the demon spirit forest? Do you deserve it? Do you demons deserve it?" Mo Shirjo was not to be outdone. "Do you demons have the qualifications? Last time, we clearly came to an agreement. If we want a name for this forest, it will be called the Demon Spirit Forest." Rock Forehead was furious. Clearly, it was called the Demon Spirit Forest. You demons are not willing to give up. You actually want to be ranked in front of us demons. Not only are you delusional, you have no sense of shame. Back in the day, when the 2 demon emperors united the world, you demons were just a low-level race. You could only be slaves. We beat you when we wanted to beat you when we wanted. Mo Shirjo was unable to restrain his anger. "You also said it was back in the day. How many years ago was that? At that time, your ancestor's 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 ancestor was just an unhatched egg. Can't you stop talking about it every time? Do you have any shame? Rock Forehead was still full of glory. These are the glorious deeds of my ancestor. If I forget, then I forget my roots. If I keep talking about it, then I am a filial son. Back in the day, my ancestor, Lord Rock Forehead, followed the two demon emperors. He fought against the heavens and fought against the earth. He made immortal contributions and was worshipped as the demon master. Mo Shirjo sneered. How come I heard that the rock demon master later betrayed the demon emperor? No, it should be that he betrayed the demon race. Fuck you. Rock Forehead jumped up, as if his sore spot had been poked. He cursed, what good things do you demons think you are? In the end, your demon ancestor was still. Mo Shirjo was also furious. That's fate. That's fate, you know. Divine power is not as good as fate. Haven't you heard of this saying? Mo Shirjo's words seemed to make sense, but anyone could hear the bitterness in his words. No. I only know that your ancestor was defeated by my ancestor, and you are also defeated by me. That's it. Rock Forehead was getting more and more aggressive. The two of them quarreled more and more fiercely. Whoosh! Rock Forehead took out his demon head saber, his eyes flashing fiercely. Pfft! Mo Shirjo also took out his mace and gritted his teeth. Just as the demon and the demon were about to fight to the death, Meng Qi suddenly stopped. I'm going to kill you, you demon brat. See if I don't kill you, you demon brat. Zhou Xiaoduo tried his best to control himself so that he wouldn't burst out laughing. These two fellows were really too amusing. Could they be doing a crosstalk? Ahem. Just as the two demons were about to fight, Wan Minsheng finally coughed and said in a slightly displeased tone, Are you going to fight in my place? Mo Shirjo and Rock Forehead's expressions changed. They rubbed their hands and laughed awkwardly. In the blink of an eye, his ferocious expression had turned into one that was harmless to both humans and animals. Ha, we're just bickering. Rock Forehead put his demon head saber back under his suit. It's fine. Arguing every day is good for the body and mind. Mo Shirjo put his mace back into his spatial ring, but when he saw that Rock Forehead did not put away his demon head saber, he took out his mace and carried it on his back. 1. It was convenient to use, and 2. It was to guard against accidents. Tell me, what are you doing here? Wan Minsheng saw the actions of these two idiots and felt helpless. However, he was really good at maintaining his composure. At the same time, he also had a good temper and self-restraint, so he felt that the current situation was rather cheerful. I was ordered by the boss to deliver some demon cloud water to you, Elder Wan, Rock Forehead said. I was also ordered by the boss to deliver some demon cloud water to you, Elder Wan, Mo Shirjo said. Wan Minsheng said kindly, then put the things down and go back quickly. Help me thank your bosses. The two fellows happily took out a large bucket of water from their rings. Each bucket weighed a few hundred caddies and placed them in the courtyard. Then the two began to dawdle again, looking at each other with daggers in their eyes. What they meant was, why aren't you leaving? Clearly, they both had something to do. What is it? Spit it out. Wan Minsheng asked. Ahem. Rock Forehead coughed. Ahem. Mo Shirjo also coughed. They glared at each other, but no one was willing to speak first. Why aren't you leaving? Aren't you done with your business? Rock Forehead was furious, and finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Why aren't you leaving? Are you still not done with your business? Mo Shirjo retorted coldly. That's enough. If you have something to say it all together, Wan Minsheng said with a smile. He didn't seem offended in the slightest. As an astral, he was watching a beast's and a demon bicker like an old man watching his grandchildren bicker. His temper was quite good. It's like this. Fourth Rock glared at Emo Shurjo and said, "Our boss wants to ask Elder Wan for instructions." Today, there was the power of extreme flame true fire in the sky. It crossed the border and fell here. Cough cough. Is the ancient prophecy coming true? Is. Really? Ahem, is it that our ancestors are about to return? Boss said that the ancient prophecy about Zhu Wu's true fire is that. Whether or not our ancestors are going to. Rock Four Ears desperately wanted to speak clearly, but he was getting more and more confused. He stuttered as he asked in confusion. Chapter 1027. On the other hand, Emo Shurjo was also stuttering and stammering. It was obvious that he didn't know what he was asking either. But he still asked bravely, "My boss asked me to ask Elder Wan. Does this mean that our good days are coming?" Yes, it's this. Wan Minsheng's expression became serious. "Why didn't your boss come and ask himself? And he didn't send anyone else but you two?" Rock Four Ears and Emo Shurjo looked at each other. This question is so profound. We don't know anything either. Anyway, we were sent here without knowing anything. Wan Minsheng's face darkened. "Looks like your boss is afraid of being scolded, so he sent you two who don't know anything." The two of them didn't know what was going on, but they felt that it was awesome. "What you said was so profound. We don't understand. I've told them not to ask about such things. How is it a good thing? This is a tribulation, do you understand?" Wan Minsheng was exasperated. "I just won't listen, I won't listen." Emo Shurjo and Rock Four Ears were even more confused and a little scared. They felt as if they had been thrown into a pit by their boss. Because the old man in front of them was the strongest in this huge forest. It was just that his temper was good, so good that everyone ignored it. But once he got angry, it was already a catastrophe. What else did he say? Rock Four Ears thought hard. Boss also said. Suddenly, he stammered and couldn't say anything. His eyes were lost. Then, he patted his head and took out a crumpled piece of paper from his space ring. He opened it and read, "Fire Shaman Scripture, a Great Era." Wan Minsheng sighed sadly and waved his hand. No need to read it. His expression was a little sad. Fire Shaman Scripture appears in the ninth heaven, a catastrophe is coming. A great era descends and the heavens mourn. How many hearts of the saint can change with a single thought? A great era, how can it be so easy to get through? He sighed softly, and his expression was sorrowful. Then, he suddenly froze. He abruptly turned his head and looked at the small house that Zhou Xiaoduo was in. He was surprised and bewildered. "Elder Wan, you?" Fourth Rock's eyes were filled with worry as he asked. "I'm fine." Wan Minsheng came back to his senses, but he still seemed to be distracted and in a daze. After half a minute, he finally sighed softly and said, "Go back and tell your boss that even if the great era comes, it is not something they can touch. Everyone has been living in the Wu people's territory for so many years. It is already a great fortune that we have not been destroyed. There is no need to ask for more. If the great era comes and you still want to do something, you must be prepared to bear the brunt of it and turn into ashes. Trash like you who have been staying here for a long time may not be able to survive if you act rashly. In the face of a life and death crisis, no one will care about the alliance of the past. Therefore, it's better to be honest. If you don't do anything, there might be a slight possibility that you can preserve a little bit of your vitality in the Great Tribulation. But if you want to do something..." Wan Minsheng smiled coldly and said, "That is, the disaster of extinction is not far away. Roxy and Mo Shirjo did not fully understand, but the two of them did their best to memorize everything that Wan Xingming had said, as well as his expression and tone of voice, without missing a single detail. This almost made the two of them die of exhaustion. One must know that they used their soul strength and origin strength to memorize everything to ensure that there was no mistake. Because their boss had said that they must not miss anything, and that they must repeat everything. Otherwise, they would directly swallow it. With their lives at stake, how could the two of them dare to be negligent? Listening to Wan Minsheng's words, the two of them did not even dare to ask questions. They just repeated it over and over again. Then, Fourth Rock took out a piece of paper from his ring and handed it to Wan Minsheng. Wan Minsheng felt more and more helpless. He said coldly, "The more you use, the thinner the friendship becomes. Go back and tell your boss that this is the last time." Yes, I will definitely pass it on." Fourth Rock nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. After reading the paper, Wan Minsheng said indifferently, "You're right. Great tribulations are often caused by fire. The first heavenly tribulation was caused by heavenly fire descending upon the mortal world, causing the heavenly tribulation. The second Qilan tribulation was caused by the prosperity of the Wu people. The third was caused by the fire wizard Zhu Rong. The fourth. In short, all tribulations have their own cause and effect. This is the fundamental reason why no one dares to truly exterminate the fire wizard. And after a few great tribulations, until now. Do you know what kind of tribulations they are?" The demon and demon shook their heads at the same time, their faces filled with confusion. Wan Minsheng was about to speak, but the moment he opened his mouth, his expression suddenly changed. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. It was an extremely terrifying sight. After a while, Wan Minsheng took a deep breath and stood up with difficulty. He coughed and spat out a pool of bright red blood. The entire ground was instantly dyed red by the blood that sprayed out. It dyed the ground within a 2-meter radius red. As this mouthful of blood was spat out, an extremely dense life force rose from the blood light and instantly enveloped the entire forest. With this mouthful of blood as the epicenter, the surrounding trees and bushes of an unknown distance suddenly grew in a circle with a hua la la sound. If one happened to look down from high up in the sky at this time, one would see that the borders of the entire forest had expanded by several dozen miles. Moreover, it was expanding in every direction at an extremely rapid pace. This sudden increase in area was simply terrifying. However, tracing back to the source, Wan Minsheng's mouthful of blood had caused the entire forest to expand by a large circle. Such a density of life force was truly terrifying to the extreme. The act of spitting out blood itself gave the demon and demon, as well as Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was in the house, a fright. "It can't be." Wan Minsheng shook his head regretfully. He muttered, "I wanted to use this opportunity to tell you some things, but the heavens won't allow it. What can I do?" His eyes swept across the window of the small house regretfully. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but shudder. "This is for me. Anyway, it's definitely not for the demon and demon, because these two idiots definitely wouldn't understand. It's useless to tell them. Then, it's most likely for me. You can go back." Wan Minsheng's usually rosy face turned pale. He took a few deep breaths and slowly regained his composure. He said, "Tell your two bosses what to do. I've already made it very clear. If they're willing to listen, they'll never leave the forest for the rest of their lives. If they don't listen, then when they decide to leave the forest one day, they'll have to be prepared. Once they step out of this forest, they'll never return for the rest of their lives. Because if they return, they'll turn this last piece of peaceful land into a monstrous battlefield. They'll turn this peaceful land into ashes." Wan Minsheng's face was pale, but his voice was stern. "As for the prophecy, I advise them not to worry about it. Even if the demon and demon race really return, when those who drifted out see you again, it's still uncertain whether they'll acknowledge your identities. Be careful. Rock 4's and Mo Shirjo's ignorance had already become a habit. Although they nodded repeatedly, no one expected them to really understand. It was probably because the two of them were scared out of their wits when they saw Wan Minsheng vomiting blood. Now, they could only nod instinctively. This guardian of the forest, the source of life in the forest, the ancestor revered by thousands of creatures, suddenly vomited blood after being asked a few questions. This responsibility was not something the two of them could bear. Elder Wan, please take care. Cough, we won't say anything else. We'll leave now, leave now. The demon and the demon hurriedly stood up as if their buttocks were on fire. Remember to pass my words back without missing a word. Wan Minsheng coughed and said tiredly, you two go. The monster and the devil quickly turned around and left. After they walked out, they saw the two fellows who were like fire and water huddled together, reciting each other's words in a low voice. They were like two children checking each other's recitations before the teacher checked on them. Although she looked very ugly, she actually looked a little cute based on her current behavior. Wan Minsheng watched the two fellows leave, his body swaying a little. He sighed softly, bent his body, and staggered to Zhuo Xiaoduo's door. He said softly, as if he was talking to himself. You heard it, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo pushed the door open and said, Elder Wan, some of your words were specially said to me. Of course, I have to remember it. Wan Minsheng nodded, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't. After thinking for a long time, he finally asked, you just said that your name is Zhuo Xiaoduo? Yes, I'm Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded. Well, how much is a lot? Wan Minsheng asked curiously. Yes, how much is a lot? Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to say too much, but after thinking about it, he didn't say it. Extra. My parents were just joking with me. How am I extra? How am I extra? The entire Zhuo family is counting on me to carry on the family line. Sister Nian, can she give birth to a child alone? It's all because I've exhausted all my strength. Excellent name. Wan Minsheng smiled kindly and said, you can cultivate in this room. When you feel ready, come out and find me. I'll wait for you. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo agreed without hesitation. Vaguely, it seemed that Wan Minsheng's attitude towards him had changed a little. But he couldn't tell why. Wan Minsheng turned and left. However, the vitality in the room suddenly became stronger. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a while and took out the phone to test again. There was still no signal. The phone could only be used as a clock. He sighed and threw it into the space ring. How annoying. The people's lives started the first calamity of the world, witnessed the second calamity, and even participated in the opening of the calamity. I'm indeed the chosen one, the one with great luck. However, if that's the case, then it proves one thing even more, and that is, the Great Tribulation is really not far away. As the signs appear and the curtains are pulled back, it's just a buffer period of 2 to 3 years. If all the races return in the next 2 to 3 years, many legendary figures will appear. With my current cultivation, I'm like an ant. I'm afraid I can be killed at any time. They can turn me into dust with just a glare. This won't do. No, I have to hurry up and cultivate. I have to raise my cultivation to a level where I can protect myself. Zhuo Xiaoduo entered the Tower of Annihilation. After entering, he was shocked. He saw the Huahuang sword flying around excitedly, dragging a long trail of flames behind it. Below, Xiao spread her wings and looked at the Huahuang sword in the sky vigilantly, chirping anxiously. Her wings were like an old hen protecting her chicks, full of vigilance. Behind Xiao, there was a small mountain of essence of the primordial fire. It turned out that after Xiao swallowed all the essence of the primordial fire, she had filled up the storage space in her body. However, the essence of the primordial fire was of extraordinary quality. Gathering and storing a large amount of it in one place was a method of overloading. It was far beyond what Xiao could bear. It would be fine if there was no movement at all. Once Xiao cultivated, he could ignite all of them at any time. He had to spit them out first and then cultivate them one by one. In fact, this was Xiao's original plan. As long as he returned to the Tower of Annihilation, he would be home. There was no difference between storing the essence of the primordial fire and storing it in his own storage space. However, he missed out on one person. Well, it was the Huang sword who had recovered a little of its mobility. Eager to hunt, how could it let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity to heal itself? Therefore, when Xiao lowered his head and vomited, the Huang sword stole from behind Xiao's butt. Although the Huang sword's mobility was still limited, it was still a huge loss. After vomiting for a long time, Xiao finally found the thief and realized that the thief had stolen a lot of the essence of the primordial fire. Naturally, he was instantly enraged to the point where he could not restrain himself. He immediately rushed up to the sky, wanting to fight the Huang sword to the death. However, the Huang sword did not fight with him at all. It simply escaped quickly, then turned around twice and rushed down again. It would steal one essence at a time. It needed time to digest them anyway. Eating them one by one was the right way to go. And as it swallowed one essence after another, the fire on the sword burned even brighter. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, went crazy. He could not catch up. He could not beat it. He could not guard against it. He simply placed all the essence of the primordial fire behind his butt and guarded it motionlessly. Like an old hen protecting its young, it cried loudly. The Huang sword drew lines in the air, making the sky look like a spider web. It darted back and forth, looking for an opportunity to attack. Zhao's head followed the trajectory of the Huang sword's flight. After a long time, he felt a little dizzy. However, he did not dare to relax. He could only endure the dizziness and stare at the sword. I won't let you steal my things. If this went on for a long time, Zhao's head would get dizzier. He would definitely lose if he continued to guard. It was inevitable that he would be slowly eaten away by the Huang sword. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo came in. When the Huang sword saw Zhou Xiaoduo coming, it immediately flew back to the top of the Demon League's mountain range. It shone brightly and shone in all directions. It was majestic and insufferably arrogant. It did not feel the slightest bit ashamed of its previous actions. It could be said that it was shameless. Xiao was overjoyed. He immediately wanted to rush into his mother's arms. However, as soon as he moved, he felt dizzy and spun around twice. Then, he fell to the ground with a thud. Just now, he was already dizzy from the Huang sword. He was just holding on with one breath. Now that he was relaxed, he could not hold on any longer. On the mountain range, the Huang sword hummed. It was full of regret. If I had known that little Seven could not hold on any longer, I would have been half full by now. What a pity. With the arrival of that despicable boss, this opportunity was wasted. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned. What's going on? Looking at the space, the fire energy soared to the sky. The temperature had already reached a rather exaggerated level. The highest point of the Demon League's mountain range was already 100 meters high. However, the average height was still not enough. Moreover, it was completely bare. Obviously, it was still one step away from being fully formed. On the other hand, the mountain range of the astral souls was much more verdant. It was pleasing to the eye. As for the spiritual energy in the entire space, it was almost twice as rich as the last time he entered. Squeak squeak. Xiao pounced over. He grabbed Swishiaodua's trousers with 3 claws and complained angrily. As he spoke, he used his wings to point at the Huahuang sword that was stuck on the mountain peak. That grief, that anger, that hatred, coupled with the fact that he was complaining so quickly, all showed the extreme hatred in his mind. Finally, someone who could make the decision was here. Mama, hit him. Swishiaoduo was almost melted by his cuteness. He could not help but laugh. Okay. I'll settle the score with him right now. Xiao whined. His mood immediately changed into one of high spirits and satisfaction. Swishiaodua's eyes saw the pile of essence fire. He rolled his eyes and said, "It's not safe to leave these things here. They're even coveted by others. Let me keep them for you. When you need them, I'll give you as much as you need. How about that? If you leave them here, they'll all be stolen." Xiao widened his eyes and looked at his mother. He felt that his mother's words made a lot of sense. If he left them here, they would only be stolen by that despicable sword. He might as well let his mother keep them for him. He nodded quickly. Okay. Swishiaoduo laughed. Just as he was about to put them away, he saw the Huahuang sword fly over from afar. It stopped above Xiao, lamenting his misfortune and angry at his failure to fight. Idiot! Is he keeping them for you? He's just confiscating them. Haven't you heard the story of keeping your New Year's money? Why are you so stupid? You're pissing me off. Now that they're in his pocket, do you think you can still take them out? Use your soybean-sized brain and think about it carefully. Stupid bird. Squeak squeak. Xiao retorted indignantly. I'm happy to. I won't let you steal them. My mother is just keeping them for me. I won't listen to your sowing discord. The Huahuang sword was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. This little thing could not be reasoned with at all. He did not understand how terrible it was for a child to let an adult keep their New Year's money. Chapter 1029. That was simply like entering the mouth of a pishio. There was no return, and there was no return. This guy was so naive that it made his stomach explode. Not to mention the boss in front of him, who was simply a real pishio. There was no return, no return. You should be more careful. I won't. I'll anger you to death, anger you to death. Humph. The Huahuang sword flew away again with a whoosh. It was really infuriating. Why was this guy so stupid? The 7th prince used to be smart and farsighted. How did he become a fool now, a stupid bird? It really made people speechless. Swishiaoduo chuckled. He waved his hand and collected all the true fire essences in front of him, leaving only 10 for Xiao. He said, "Is 10 enough for you to cultivate for one time?" "It's enough. These are enough for me to use for 3 days. Thank you, mother." Xiao was very happy. He was elated. He no longer had to worry about the thief sword coming to steal him. My baby is safe. Great. He looked at the Huahuang sword as if he was demonstrating. Humph, come and steal again. You can. Thief sword. The Huahuang sword saw this scene and was so angry that he turned around on the top of the mountain. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. This stupid bird. Others took away hundreds of thousands of true fire essences and only left 10 for him. He was actually so happy that he jumped high and thanked him sweetly with his little mouth. I've never seen such a stupid bird. It was even more stupid than being sold and helping others to bargain and count the money. That was simply stupid to the extreme. He didn't want to look anymore. If he looked again, his heart would explode from anger. It was better to hurry and absorb the true fire essences that he had just stolen. Cultivate well. Zhuo Xiaoduo patted Zhao's head. Mother is still waiting for you to help me in the future. I will definitely cultivate well. I will definitely help mother. Whatever mother needs, you can leave it to me. I will do it all for you. Xiao proudly puffed out his chest. Good. Mother will count on you in the future. Go and cultivate. I've also started cultivating. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was now able to call himself mother smoothly, and had become more and more shameless, sent Xiao Xiao away, then took out the book of Spirit Fire Spell, which was passed down by Zhu Rong, ancestor of Magi. Xiao Chen circulated the Flaming Sun scripture and infused his Scarlet Sun Golden Sun cultivation into the primordial flame art. The contents of the primordial flame art slowly appeared. Zhuo Xiaoduo read it carefully, memorizing and thinking about it word by word. He memorized the entire secret manual in his heart. After confirming it over and over again, he didn't even make a mistake in punctuation. If he guessed correctly, this primordial fire art would not exist for too long. After all, there was only one inheritor, and Zhu Wu Zhu Rong probably did not intend to spread his art everywhere. Not everyone could master it. Just as expected, after Zhuo Xiaoduo finished reading and confirming that he had memorized everything, he checked it 3 more times. The primordial flame art suddenly blazed and turned into the most primordial flame between heaven and earth. It floated in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. In addition to Zhu Rong's primordial fire art, this primordial flame also contained the power of the Scarlet Sun Golden Sun that Zhuo Xiaoduo had infused. However, the power of Zhu Rong's primordial fire had already assimilated, melted, and compressed the power of the Scarlet Sun Golden Sun into one. The Zhu Rong's primordial fire floated in the air. The flames danced and burned quietly. The heat was not exposed at all. It was silent. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo could clearly sense that this flame contained a valiant power that could destroy heaven and earth. Once it exploded, it would be extremely terrifying. Right now, not even the slightest bit of heat was leaking out of the fire because Zhu Rong, ancestor of sorcery, had refined the fire and turned it into a completely controllable fire. However, if the fire was triggered by the corresponding cultivation method, it would still instantly burst out with a power that could incinerate everything in the world. It's really a miraculous cultivation method that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth. Miraculous flame. Zhuo Xiaoduo gasped in amazement. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the primordial flame art. The first step of cultivating the primordial flame art was to completely disperse the power of the Scarlet Sun Golden Sun in the Dantian and turn it into the most primordial and purest spiritual power. Then, he would begin to meditate. Zhuo Xiaoduo worked hard for a long time. Based on his perception of the passage of time, almost 10 days had passed. However, at this moment, he only felt a slight heat in his dantian. It seemed that it was only at the beginning of gestation. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that more haste, less speed. He slowly stopped, got up, and sighed softly. It's worthy of being called the #1 fire-type cultivation method in the world. Just getting started is already so difficult. Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but feel dejected. Previously, he could basically get started with any cultivation method that he cultivated. After 1 or 2 days, he could get on the right track and even break through a small realm. In the past, when he cultivated the Flaming Sun scripture, he was able to reach the entry level very quickly. One must know that although the Flaming Sun scripture was far inferior to the Zhurong True Fire, in terms of rank, it was still one of the top fire attribute cultivation techniques in the 3 continents. However, after cultivating the primordial flame art for more than 10 days, he still could not get started. One must know that this was the result of wholeheartedly cultivating in seclusion without any distractions. His progress was really too slow. How can this cultivation method be so difficult? Is it really not compatible? Or is it because the physique of the human race and the Wu people's Zhu Wu's cultivation method contradict each other? Is this the result of forcing myself to cultivate? The more Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about it, the more puzzled he became. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. At this moment, the primordial flame that was burning in front of him suddenly jumped inexplicably. Then, it revealed an emotion similar to extreme speechlessness. How far have you gotten? Back then, even Zhu Rong had to cultivate for who knows how many years to get started. You've only cultivated for more than 10 days, and you can already feel it. You actually think that it's too long. This is simply making me speechless. Stupid. Idiot. Yes, someone who can feel it in just 10 days can't be considered stupid or idiotic. At the very least, he lacks both IQ and EQ. What's so great about just cultivating talent? Yes, that's still not right. Just cultivating talent is already very amazing. After drinking a few mouthfuls of tea, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that the vitality in the room was so dense that it almost became clouds. His heart was filled with warmth and gratitude. There was no need to think about it. This was a benefit from the people's livelihood. A large amount of vitality was gathered and channeled into his room. This was to help him cultivate. It seemed that this old man was still full of kindness to him. But he was cultivating in the Tower of Destruction, so he couldn't use this vitality. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought quickly and opened the door that connected the Tower of Destruction to the outside world. The vitality inside the Tower of Destruction was thin, while the vitality outside was rich. It would be a waste not to use it. Under the contrast of the two, the rich vitality in the room was automatically channeled into the Tower of Destruction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Tower of Destruction was like a super high-power black hole suction fan, sweeping away all the vitality in the room. As for the interior of the tower, he did not feel anything. After all, the interior of the space was not small. The massive amount of vitality in the room was so dense that it was frightening. When it landed on the entire tower, it was instantly diluted to the point where there was no trace left. But this time, Zhuo Xiaoduo was not greedy. As soon as the vitality in the room was devoured, he immediately closed the door of the Tower of Destruction. This vitality must have been given to him by Elder Wan Minsheng for his cultivation. It was understandable that he used it. However, Elder Wan was from the Ling clan. Vitality was his source of life. Meng Qi couldn't take too much. After all, to such an old man who had saved the world, it would be immature of him if he went too far. Such a person, no matter how much respect he had, should be respected. If he were to freely absorb his life force, not to mention the karma, the enormous sin and so on, even his conscience would not be able to live with it. He came out to look at the time. Well, it seemed that only 3 hours had passed. After a short rest, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that his mind was clear and his body was full of spiritual energy. So he went in again. Continue to cultivate. Cultivate. Cultivate Zhu Wu's real fire. Cultivate the primordial fire technique. I have to cultivate as soon as possible and succeed in it. Outside, Wan Minsheng walked in from the door of the courtyard. Further away, the few trees that Zhuo Xiaoduo had crashed into had been restored. Even the bark had grown out. Wan Minsheng looked extremely happy. His face was full of joy. Wherever he passed, the flowers and plants swayed gently, sending out waves of gratitude. The branches and leaves of the trees shook as they bowed to Wan Minsheng. Countless vitality emerged from the countless plants and gathered on Wan Minsheng. On the ground, all the insects had been imprisoned by the spiritual energy of the flowers and plants. They were sent far away to prevent these small creatures from disturbing the peace of Wan Minsheng. The entire heavenly spirit forest had been cleaned up by the spiritual plants. There wasn't even a spider web. Only butterflies, bees, grasshoppers and other less harmful creatures could get close to Elder Wan's residence. Other creatures such as mosquitoes, cockroaches, poisonous snakes, rats, spiders, centipedes and so on. There wasn't a single one of them that had the power to attack or were poisonous. This place was indeed even more otherworldly than a paradise. The fragrance of flowers wafted in the air. Occasionally, the big trees in the sky would tilt their branches. A few big trees worked together to let the sunlight in for a period of time, shining on the grass below. Every blade of grass, every petal, contained sparkling and translucent dewdrops. When the sunlight shone, the entire forest was colorful everywhere. It was crystal clear, beautiful, and infinitely magnificent. Wan Minsheng looked at this scene with a comfortable smile on his face. To him, becoming a king or a saint, being invincible in the world, and being admired by the world was not as good as this moment. Looking at these little spirits growing healthily, as far as the eye could see, the entire world was full of vitality. This was Wan Minsheng's lifelong pursuit, a boundless scene. I really want to go to the human world to take a look. Wan Minsheng waved his hand and returned the vitality that the spiritual plants had given him. He narrowed his eyes and looked forward to it. Chapter 1030. The reason why he had such thoughts was that Wan Minsheng was attracted by the scenery outside described by Zhuo Xiaoduo. During the famine years, his descendants, Purslin, had fed many people. Now, it was a flourishing age. It was great. People didn't have to starve to death. People didn't have to live so helplessly. It was great. No matter what, it was a flourishing age. If that was the case, it seemed that he had a part to play. He couldn't help but feel excited. It's a flourishing age outside. People don't have to worry about food and clothing. They live and work in peace and contentment. They don't have to worry about making a living. They do their jobs and don't have to worry about survival. It's peaceful and leisurely. What a beautiful world this is. I really want to see it. Wan Minsheng looked forward to it more and more. A flourishing age. A flourishing age. Wan Minsheng looked forward to it and sighed. When the great calamity comes, the flourishing age will turn into ruins in the blink of an eye. The battle of the general trend is so unkind to the small people. He looked in the other two directions, which were the habitat of the demon race and the demon race. There were many great demons and great demons who were waiting for battle. They were really looking forward to the arrival of chaos and the beginning of the great calamity of heaven and earth again. Those fellows were destined not to listen to his advice. Perhaps they could understand his good intentions, but they still wouldn't do as he said. They would still hope for that little bit of luck and hope to reach the sky in one step and return to glory. A great calamity of heaven and earth. Wan Minsheng looked at the flowers and trees in the entire forest worriedly and sighed softly. A great calamity of heaven and earth. As his mood sank, the entire forest was filled with green spots of light. Countless spiritual plants sent vitality to comfort this respectable old man carefully. Although they didn't know why he was suddenly unhappy, everyone did their best to comfort him carefully. They walked to the door of Zhuo Xiaoduo's room. Wan Minsheng was suddenly bewildered. He had clearly injected so much life force into him, hoping to protect him. Even if there was an accident, he would be able to preserve a chance of survival. Why did he suddenly become the same as before, his life force all gone? It was no different from the other places in this forest. It was even worse. What was going on? Could it be that it was all absorbed by this kid so quickly? With a flick of his hand, a beam of green light entered the room, and the room was once again filled with an extremely rich vitality. To Wan Minsheng, this kind of life force energy was inexhaustible. Who knew how vast the entire forest was, providing him with life force? As long as the plants grew here, they would be grateful for their vitality every day. It had long been overflowing. Therefore, Elder Wan didn't feel any heartache when he casually gave it away. He didn't even care about Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation. He just sat down on the chair and his spiritual consciousness turned into countless green lights that scattered in all directions of the forest. To see if any of the trees were bullied by other trees and couldn't absorb enough nutrients. She checked to see if there were any plants that had been harmed by the monsters and demons, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and whether they needed treatment. Green lights flashed in all directions of the forest, disappearing in a flash. Some of the trees that were already injured suddenly regained all of their vitality. Their branches and leaves were flourishing. Elder Wan's spiritual avatar circled the entire forest. It was very fast, like a fleeting shadow, but it only took 2 hours. He finally opened his eyes in satisfaction. With a comfortable smile, he felt the gratitude of the entire forest, and his mood became better. With a warm smile on his face, he turned to look at the room where Zhuo Xiaoduo was cultivating. He couldn't help but stare. This wasn't right. How could the vitality inside be gone again? How long had it been? Wan Minsheng frowned and sensed the room. There was no one inside. Now, he finally felt that something was wrong. One had to know that Wan Minsheng's cultivation level was at the peak of this world. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's shallow cultivation level, it was impossible for him to come and go without a trace. The reason why he didn't notice before was because he was careless. After all, although he had a benevolent personality, in the heavenly spirit forest, there was no doubt that he was the number one. He had been at ease for too long, and that was why he made the mistake before. And Zhuo Xiaoduo kept swallowing spiritual energy and couldn't see anyone. The first time was due to carelessness, but the second time was very strange. Wan Minsheng walked over to take a look. He slowly spread out his spiritual power. Finally, his brows relaxed and he murmured, "No wonder. It turns out that there is a spatial and time equipment. But it's not very advanced that I can detect. This low-level spatial equipment has the power of time. Once the great calamity arises, and he uses it as a trump card. I'm afraid that he will be caught like a turtle in a jar, and everything will be for naught. Let's see how the time changes." Wan Minsheng frowned and murmured to himself. He was a little relieved and a little envious. Since ancient times, the Son of Heaven's destiny has been unparalleled in the world. He really lives up to his reputation. But at most, he can only grow to the level of a sage. He can't completely eliminate the great calamity. And this Zhuo Xiaoduo. I don't know if he can break the curse. But is the prophecy referring to him? Wan Minsheng frowned and thought carefully. How many saints' hearts can be changed with a single thought? How many saints' hearts can be changed with Zhuo Xiaoduo? How many? If it's the saint's heart, it should be the saint of saints. But this change, it's definitely someone's change. The heavenly way is incomplete, and it can't be derived. I feel that there are other reasons. Maybe I should. Wan Minsheng hesitated for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind. I'll bet on this. He waited patiently. After more than 10 minutes, he heard a puff in the room. Zhuo Xiaoduo came out. He panted and muttered to himself, "What the hell? What kind of broken technique is this? It's too difficult to get started. I've been practicing until my blood vessels and meridians are about to catch fire. And I'm still one step away. When will this end? When I practiced all the techniques in the past, I was able to get started immediately and succeed in a matter of days. But now..." Just as he was panting, he suddenly saw the green light flash and dissipate. Then, the room was filled with dense vitality again. "There's no need, Elder Wan." It was very rare for Zhuo Xiaoduo to directly reject any benefits. He stuck his head out of the window and said, "I have no use for this vitality qi. In order not to waste it, I will use it for other purposes. If I really absorb it with all my strength, I'm afraid it will cause harm to you. Forget it, please don't throw it in here. In the divine sense space, Bai and Jiao were so angry that they rolled their eyes. How could he reject such a good thing? Was his mother stupid? Could it be that she hurt her head when she fell head first? There was so much space here, and he was willing to give it to her. What's wrong with taking a little more? Sigh, his mother was good at everything, but sometimes she was too honest. He hoped that her head wasn't really hurt. Whitey and little Jiao leaned their butts against each other, letting out long and short sighs. They really wanted to go out. But they were afraid that they would be exposed and cause trouble for their mother. The old man outside was so powerful. Moreover, his energy was almost of the same origin as ours. If we went out, the old man might have some evil intentions. He might catch us and eat us alive. That's not impossible. We must always be on our guard. Wan Minsheng smiled and said, I've been here for tens of thousands of years. I may not be able to give you anything else, but I have as much vitality as you want. He looked at Sui Xiaoduo meaningfully and said, if it were someone else, I might have to be careful and be on guard. But if you want it, no matter how much you want, I'll try my best to provide it. Even if you don't want it, I'll give you some. Today's meeting was not in vain. Sui Xiaoduo was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears and asked, why? Wan Minsheng sighed softly and said, the reason for this is that this old man wants to form a karma with you, little friend. Sui Xiaoduo was puzzled. Elder Wan, you've been here for so many years. You've already benefited the world and benefited countless people. Moreover, you've guarded the inheritance of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's primordial fire for so many years just to wait for my arrival. There's already a bond of karma between us that can't be severed. Why do you have to pay another price? And it's such a big favor. Wan Minsheng smiled. It's not enough. Not enough? Yes, it's not enough. And it's far from enough, very far from enough. Wan Minsheng took a deep breath and said, I'm willing to give you everything in exchange for a promise from you. Sui Xiaoduo frowned and said straightforwardly, it doesn't matter if it's a promise. As long as I can do it, I'll do it for you. Elder Wan, based on what you've done and contributed to the world, I won't refuse. Wan Minsheng said solemnly, the world is unpredictable. I only ask that you. If you can dominate the world in the future and destroy life with a snap of your fingers. Then, let the Ling clan live. Elder Wan. Aren't you thinking too highly of me? Sui Xiaoduo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Such a lofty goal. Firstly, I don't have such great ability. I can't do it at all. Secondly, even if I'm really that awesome in the future, with the foundation between us, I'll help you even if you don't ask. Wan Minsheng said seriously, that's different. How is it different? There are too many things in the world that are unpredictable. It's especially so in the future. The future of the Ling clan may not be as you wish. The members of the Ling clan may not all be like us. How can such a big clan not make any mistakes? And you're willing to help me. It has nothing to do with karma. Correspondingly, there's no binding force. If the Ling clan offends you at that time, you don't care, don't ask, don't help, and even destroy them ruthlessly. Who can say anything? But what I want is a promise, a peace of mind. An established karma. A complete promise. To ensure that the Ling clan can continue to live in the future and that the clan won't be destroyed. Chapter 1031. Wan Minsheng spoke very seriously, as if he had foreseen that Sui Xiaoduo would achieve great things and that the spirit race would anger Sui Xiaoduo for some reason. Sui Xiaoduo could only smile bitterly. Elder Wan, you really think too highly of me. Are you so sure that I can reach such heights? Is there a need to be so cautious and nip the problem in the bud? I can't be sure, but I don't need to be sure either. Wan Minxing said. Then why? There's always a need to invest in advance. Timely help is always more important than adding flowers to a brocade. Wan Minxing smiled bitterly. What you said just now is exactly what I'm thinking now. I'm taking precautions. Sua Xiaoduo couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you too farsighted? This is basically a bet. It's not a good habit. Wan Minxing smiled. A bet is also a bet. Gambling was not a good habit, but since ancient times, no one had been able to escape from this word. As long as you're born as a human, you'll have to gamble in your life. Sua Xiaoduo said, as far as I know, there are many people who don't gamble in their lives. If they don't gamble, they won't lose. This bet is different from that. Wan Minxing chuckled. The bet you're talking about is a bet of wealth, but the bet I'm talking about is a bet of life. A bet of life? How? Sua Xiaoduo said, if everyone has to gamble with their lives, then wouldn't the entire world be a bunch of desperados? Not really. Wan Minxing knew very well that Sua Xiaoduo was rambling. Sua Xiaoduo was a rare genius. Having cultivated to this level, he also knew very well that his luck could not be replicated. No one in the entire continent could be luckier than him. Sua Xiaoduo's intention was very clear. He did not want to be tainted by this karma. Because this was bound to be a burden in the future. Whether he could do it or not, it would be a problem. It might even be a huge problem. The promise involved an entire race, not just one or two people. Not being able to do it was also a hindrance. Although it was easy, it was a flaw in the state of mind. Others asked me to do something after I became the mayor, but I didn't become the mayor in this lifetime. It was too depressing. Therefore, Sua Xiaoduo did not want to accept it. Even though he knew that there were huge benefits in front of him, and there was a high chance that he would not be able to fulfill his promise, he still did not want to get involved in this karma. Wan Minxing understood Sua Xiaoduo's mentality very well. He was probably the person who valued promises the most. Naturally, he knew the stakes involved. Therefore, he could only try his best to convince Sua Xiaoduo to accept this karma. Young friend, the word gamble plays a huge role in a person's life. No one can avoid it. Often, when a person's fate is determined, at the most important turning point in life, everyone needs to gamble. Since ancient times, life has always been a gamble, and there are always bets. Even to the point that everyone is gambling their life and betting at every moment. Ordinary people need to gamble. At the critical juncture of life, if you choose the left, you may be rich and safe. If you choose the right, you may be consigned to eternal damnation and be poor for life. High officials and rich people need to gamble. At the critical juncture of life, if you choose the left, you will have a meteoric rise. If you choose the right, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Nobles, generals, and ministers also need to gamble. If you choose the left path, you will have a foundation for eternity. If you choose the right path, you will lose all standing and reputation, and not even your bones will be left. And martial artists need to gamble even more. Looking at the life of a martial artist, they really need to gamble too many times. What they bet on is life and death. This is gambling. As long as you are alive, you need to gamble. You must gamble. Winning a bet and losing a bet, the results are different, but in fact, the root cause is the same. Ordinary people gamble. If they lose, they still have a chance to turn things around. But the higher the status of a person, once they lose a bet, they will be consigned to eternal damnation. If a martial artist loses a bet, it is even more obvious that he will die. Young friend, you are now facing such a juncture. Whether you accept my bet or not is also a gamble for you. Sua Xiaoduo murmured, it is also a gamble for me. That's right. Wan Minxing said, "My chips are the benefits that you can see at the moment. For example, this infinite vitality. Even connate spiritual treasures do not have so much vitality. You can use it however you want. Also, I see that you have a paradise unique treasure that can control the flow of time. I can help you perfect it to the point that even a half-saint will not be able to detect it. Previously, you said that your progress in the witch fire cultivation method is a little slow. I can do my best to help you cultivate Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's legacy fire. In this aspect, in the entire world, in all the races in the universe, unless Zhu Wu Zhu Rong comes back to life, no one can understand the secrets of Zhu Rong's primordial fire better than me. If you still think it is not enough, I promise that I will owe you another favor. I will not refuse any request. Yes, you can use all the heavenly treasures in this forest as you wish. This is not included in the benefits that I will give you." Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but be moved when he heard this. These conditions were really too good. It was too hard to refuse. Infinite vitality. Perfect the void destruction pagoda. Cultivate the legacy fire. And a favor from a half-saint. It could be any favor that he wanted. And all the heavenly treasures that were not considered benefits. Oh my God! For Zhuo Xiaoduo, who valued wealth as much as his life, this was simply an itch to him. Although he knew that if he agreed, it might be super troublesome in the future. But he really could not refuse such a temptation. In the void destruction pagoda, the Huahuang sword was vibrating with all its might. Say yes. Say yes. You must say yes. You must say yes. That is a half-saint, a half-saint. Xiao kept jumping. Say yes. Say yes. In the divine sense space, Bai and Jiu were jumping crazily. Mama. Say yes. Mama. Say yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his head and rolled his eyes. He really wanted to say yes. He had already wanted to blurt out and say yes several times. But there is still the most important one, Xiao Long. I did not ask for his opinion, but this guy's obsession with benefits is no less than mine. His answer is obvious. But I'll still ask. First, I'll test the respect that I have for my companions. Xiao Long, do you think I should say yes? Zhuo Xiaoduo was very modest and asked very seriously. Although the greed in his heart had already risen so high that it blotted out the sky, if Xiao Long really said no, Zhuo Xiaoduo would still choose to refuse. Because although Xiao Long was also very greedy, and sometimes the characteristics of 9 feet higher sky were not inferior to his, this kind of spiritual creature that was formed by pure luck was often sensitive to the future or some fate to an extent that ordinary people could not imagine. Xiao Long hesitated and said, "Boss, I really want to tell you not to say yes. But you can't refuse the benefits offered by this old man. Once you refuse, it will be a great hindrance to your future achievements. If you lose today's opportunity, even if you still have great achievements, it will be delayed for a long time. But now is the time to seize every second. In the end, there will only be returns if there is effort. But the troubles in the future, besides being unavoidable, will also not be small. There will only be returns if there is effort, and vice versa." Zhuo Xiaoduo's lips twitched. "Your words are equivalent to not saying anything. Isn't that why I'm hesitating?" "Boss, you should make the decision yourself." Xiao Long said apologetically, "It's just a thought to make a choice. Right now, I'm still too weak. The change in front of us, or the choice you made in the future, is a matter of fate. I'm still far from reaching such a high level." Zhuo Xiaoduo became more and more conflicted. If Wan Minsheng was only talking about a few people or a certain part of them, Zhuo Xiaoduo would not need to ask for any conditions at all and would directly agree. If it was someone else who said this to Zhuo Xiaoduo would have already agreed, regardless of whether he could do it or not. Zhuo Xiaoduo had not done things that he could do but not do. It was not the first time that he went back on his word. When the time came, he would just go back on his word. But in the face of such a respectable old man, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not want to deceive him in any way. If he agreed, he had to do it. If he did not agree, he had his own considerations. Moreover, Zhuo Xiaoduo had another understanding. That was, Wan Minsheng, a powerful person with such a high cultivation level, took the initiative to make this bet with him and placed such a heavy bet. This meant that Wan Minsheng must have foreseen something or confirmed something. At the very least, it was highly possible for him to reach that step. There was no doubt about this. Otherwise, Wan Minsheng would not have brought up this matter so seriously. There were some things that the other party saw but he did not. This was a great injustice for the current situation. But this was a loss that he would have to suffer in silence. Because Wan Minsheng would never explain the reason behind it. What Xiaolong said was that only with effort would there be rewards, and vice versa. This made Zhuo Xiaoduo ponder deeply. With so many benefits, his cultivation base and strength would definitely improve greatly, and it would greatly shorten the time he needed to improve his strength. Now, wasn't he lacking time? Could it be that he was destined to jump into this trap? Wan Minsheng looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo seriously. Looking at his increasingly complicated expression, he said apologetically, "Young friend, I'm indeed forcing you to do something you don't want to do, and I even suspect that I'm threatening you. But I'm the only one left in the spirit clan in this world, and the only one who can be involved in karma with you at this stage. This bet is imperative." Just like in the past, Wu people, Ganggang and Hutu, the two great Zhu Wu, came to the spirit clan and made a promise with me to cut off a chance of survival for all living beings. I understand Elder Wan's considerations. Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said seriously, "This bet, this karma, I'll take it. I agree. Thank you for your help, young friend." Wan Minsheng's eyes were full of gratification and joy. He looked like he had put down a huge burden in his heart. Chapter 1032. Elder Wan, you're too polite. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled bitterly and said, "Not to mention that the benefits you offered are extremely great, and I have no possibility of refusing at all. Just the fact that you've been discussing with me from the beginning to the end and didn't use your strength to force me is already a great favor. With your strength, it's not difficult to force me to agree and even make an oath to the heavenly Tao. After all, my life is now here. I have no choice but to compromise." Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled and said, "Elder, you're open and aboveboard. If I don't take responsibility for it, it won't make sense." Wan Minsheng was completely relieved. He laughed and said, "You're the one who's open and aboveboard. I'm a little ashamed to be called that. Elder Wan, you're kind-hearted and treat all living beings well. Your merit is boundless. Everything should go smoothly. Then, it's a deal." "It's a deal." Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "Do I need to make an oath to the heavenly Tao?" Wan Minsheng chuckled. "A gentleman's word. Why should I restrain it? What's more, my heart is with you and me. What's the heavenly Tao to rely on?" Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately smiled. Not to mention that the Taoist heart was stable and the cycle of karma could not be violated, this trust alone was enough to make Zhuo Xiaoduo feel very comfortable. Moreover, Wan Minsheng's words just now made Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly have a strange feeling. It even made him feel that even without the previous conditions, Wan Minsheng's casual words at this moment were completely worth it. My heart is with you and me. What's the heavenly Tao to rely on? Zhuo Xiaoduo chewed on these two sentences and felt that his cheeks were full of fragrance. It was as if the road in front of him had once again expanded infinitely. It was a kind of blank and endless road. It led straight to the boundless distance. What Wan Minxing said was, "My heart is with you and me. What's the heavenly Tao to rely on?" However, Zhuo Xiaoduo heard another meaning from this sentence. This heart only belongs to me. How can the heavenly Tao rely on it? At this moment, his heart surged, and his state of mind underwent an indescribable change. It was as if it was a little different from before. An inexplicable aura of enlightenment emanated from Zhuo Xiaoduo. Wan Minsheng, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, was immediately stunned. This was... How? How did he suddenly realize it? What did I just say? This kind of breakthrough in the state of mind only lasted for a very short period of time. It was almost like a flash of light. That was why it was called a flash of inspiration. Wan Minsheng waited quietly, a carefree smile on his face. His state of mind had indeed improved, but this improvement would have to wait until he went out and stepped into the world of mortals again before he could truly feel the difference in his state of mind. He couldn't feel it here. This was perhaps the most peaceful place in the world, the place with the least amount of conflict. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoduo opened his eyes and said sincerely, "The sky is high and the earth is vast." Wan Minsheng's eyes flashed with surprise again. Could it be that this brat had sensed something from here? This was not simple. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned his head and said amiably, "Elder Wan, you just said that I have a grotto heaven treasure that can control time. How did you know?" Wan Minsheng's eyes widened. This brat was good in every other aspect. His appearance was outstanding, and his comprehension was also outstanding. His temperament and wisdom were all excellent, but he was a little too practical. They had just settled the karmic bond between them, and he was already asking for benefits. He was so anxious to ask for debts that it was as if he was afraid that he wouldn't give it to him. How could he be the kind of person who would go back on his words? He inexplicably felt that there was something wrong with his promise just now. This brat's character was very clear. As long as he felt at ease, he would be able to empty this place. Now, it seemed that he really felt that taking things from this place and asking for benefits from this old man. His conscience was at ease. He had a bad feeling about this. You entered the room to practice, but disappeared immediately. This is too obvious. I didn't notice it the first time. It was probably because I had been at ease for too long, and I didn't deliberately supervise you. But you disappeared twice in a row. With your cultivation, other than the fact that you have a grotto heaven treasure on you, there is no other possibility for you to disappear silently in front of me. This is also the biggest hidden danger when you travel the Jianghu in the future and face experts. Yes, I understand. Zhuo Xiaoduo really understood. Not to mention anything else, just the pursuit of the UMNO alliance this time was enough to prove it. Also, this so-called grotto heaven treasure, to be honest, this is the first time I've heard of this term. Can you tell me more about it in detail? And what is it about controlling time? Do all the so-called grotto heaven treasures have this kind of effect? Of course not. Space equipment can be roughly divided into several categories. The lowest level of storage space is small and doesn't have the ability to control the flow of time. In other words, it only has the ability to store things. This category mostly uses cloth bags as carriers, which are the so-called storage bags. The next level is the space equipment that can control the flow of time and has a relatively larger storage space. Because time doesn't flow in the internal space, it will be the same as what is put in and out. Naturally, it is more advanced. Most of them use rings as carriers, which are the so-called storage rings. And the higher level of space equipment. Well, the higher level shouldn't be described as equipment. It should be called a magic treasure. The internal space is vast and it forms a world of its own. It is another small world independent of the current world, so it is called a grotto heaven. This kind of magic treasure was common in the ancient times. Basically, every upper-level cultivator would refine a similar grotto heaven. But today, it may be relatively rare. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help being fascinated. He asked, "You said that this kind of grotto heaven was common in the ancient times. What do you mean?" Wan Minsheng didn't hesitate and explained in detail. The powerful people in the ancient times opened up their own space. They thought that their own Taoist rite and cave abode were trivial and not worth anything. In fact, the rare treasure in your hand, strictly speaking, was originally a low-level storage equipment with a larger space. It could only carry people in. The main carrier in its bones was just an ordinary treasure of heaven and earth. But you used your spirit as a guide to completely refine it, and it transformed. Then, you integrated a lot of treasures of heaven and earth, and even the chi of the earth and vein of the earth. That's why it had an essential transformation, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo turned pale with fright. He prostrated himself on all fours and said, "You can see that?" It wasn't that Zhuo Xiaoduo wasn't shocked. Wan Minsheng's words had exposed the essence of the Tower of Destruction and even the root of its transformation. He had almost pointed out the existence of Xiaolong. How could Zhuo Xiaoduo not be surprised? Wan Minsheng said, "These are just trivial matters. As long as you come from a certain era or have some knowledge, you don't even need to see it. You can guess it just by guessing. With your current cultivation, you can indeed appear and disappear unpredictably with this method. If you meet a weak person or someone who is not much stronger than you now, they won't be able to find you. They will only be fooled by you. However, if you meet a top cultivator, they only need to grasp the moment when you disappear to let them know where you are. Even if your rare treasure is connected to your spirit, it will be of no use. It may even be worse. Once they use the position of the rare treasure to attack your spirit, it will be beyond the capacity of your rare treasure. Not only will the rare treasure be destroyed, but your spirit will also be destroyed. Then, both your spirit and your spirit will be destroyed, and you will be doomed eternally. Therefore, in my eyes, your trump card is too fragile. This is a fatal crisis. Wan Minsheng smiled faintly. When I mentioned that I would help you to perfect it, I was actually worried that you would die prematurely. Because once you encounter such a situation, people will definitely not allow you to run out again. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled embarrassedly, "Then I will have to trouble you later. I don't know what kind of improvement you will have after you perfect it." Damn, so you are still afraid that I am not afraid of the dark and will run around looking for ghosts all day long. If I meet a tough person one day, I will lose my life. Wan Minsheng smiled, "I can't guarantee anything else, but I can help you perfect it. At least, cultivators below the half-saint level won't be able to see the trace of the rare treasure you carry with you. Of course, if you meet a real dominator between heaven and earth, you will still have nowhere to hide. You still have to pay attention to this." Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "Why do you always think so highly of me? Is it so easy to meet a dominator? Even if I want to meet one, I'm afraid they will ignore me. By the way, how many people like this are there?" Elder Wan frowned and said, "Since ancient times, there should not be more than 10 people. Then it will be fine." Zhuo Xiaoduo was relieved and said, "It is not so easy to meet such people. Even if I meet one, I will be more careful." Wan Minsheng laughed and said, "I really don't know if I should hope that your cultivation will progress faster or slower. After all, if your cultivation is not enough, I am afraid that you will have no hope of meeting such a powerful person in your life. But if they want to meet you, it is just a matter of thought. Let's not talk about the small talk first. Take out your thing first," Elder Wan said. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded and conjured the Void Destruction Pagoda. This thing had already become one with Zhuo Xiaoduo's spirit, and there was no distinction between them. It was true that a magic treasure would appear immediately with a thought. It is indeed the prototype of a spirit treasure. It is really a good treasure. Elder Wan's face was full of kindness, and he praised with a smile. Then, he entered the Void Destruction Pagoda with Sui Xiaoduo. The moment he entered, his body suddenly stiffened. Even with his heaven-defying cultivation, he was unable to control himself in that instant of rigidity. His self-restraint that spanned millions of years, and his state of mind that was originally as immovable as a mountain, all fell apart at this moment. His body stiffened and trembled, and his 2 eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. What did he see? What did he see? You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.